Dedicate one to the ladies. Summertime sip, babe, need something to keep you cool. Now summertime sip, babe, need something to keep you cool. Better look out now, though, Dave's got something for you. Tell you what it is. I'm your ice cream man, stop me when I'm passing by. Oh my, I'm your ice cream man, stop me when I'm passing by. See now all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Hold on a second, baby. I gotta put my banana in Dixie cups, all flavors and push-ups too. I'm your ice cream man, baby, stop me when I'm passing by. See now all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Hold on one more. Well, I'm usually passing by just about 11 o'clock. I never stop, I'm usually passing by just around 11 o'clock. And if you let me cool you one time, you'll be my regular stop. All right, boys, I'm putting my banana Dixie cups, all flavors and push-ups to 100 ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. See now all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Yes, I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. I'm your ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. They say all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. Oh, what time? Stop me when I'm passing by. I'm the ice cream man. Stop me when I'm passing by. They say all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy. One time, boys, I'm the ice cream man. I'm the ice cream man. Baby, all my flavors are guaranteed to satisfy.
Johnny Switchblade in the side chat says Eddie in his glorious, quote, brown sound era. It is one of my more favorite guitar tunes by Eddie. I'm not a big Eddie fan. Definitely a David Lee Roth fan. It's David Lee Roth that, you know, his vocals are crazy and the dude's just ADD fucking off the chart. But those boys were able to get it together on stage. So I had to push back a little bit. 2 days ago, I was talking to my son, right? I was talking to him about, you know, the upcoming vacation and what he wanted to do. I wanted to see what he remembered about the vacation last year. I asked him if he wanted to stay in the same hotel or if he wanted to try a different hotel. And then I had to explain to him that the hotel we were in, the surrounding hotels didn't have swimming pool in the hotel. So we would be a closer walk to the park, but we wouldn't have access to a swimming pool. And the swimming pool was a deal breaker. Like he had to have the swimming pool. So I booked the same spot I stayed in last year. And then today I was talking to him today, and we were goofing around, and I told him, Johnny, that's an Ibanez. That was mostly an Ibanez for all non-whammy parts. The little fun fact here, Shuggy, you can run with this one. The guitar I stole from the graduation party on a dare just weeks before my 18th birthday, so I was still 17, was a counter-strung Ibanez with a whammy. It fucking sounded great. But I would feel guilty every time I played the guitar. So, like, just before the summer ended, because we were all going away to college, the kid who had the graduation party, it was his cousin's band. So it was his cousin's guitar. And I gave him a call, and I was like, hey, dude, man, you know, the dare thing, I grabbed your guitar. I grabbed me, and I didn't rat out the other guy. Just like, me and another dude, we got dared. We took the shit. I want to get it back to you. So we set up a meet for me to bring it to him. The first day we were going to get together, he canceled. He's like, oh, I got to do something for work. Fucking bullshit. Meet me tomorrow at, this time at his house. So, I rolled up the next day, had the shit in the trunk of my car. I rang the doorbell. He answered the door. I was like, hey, man, I got the stuff. I want to get it back to you. And we shot the shit for like a minute. I walked to the back of the car. I popped open the trunk, and fucking police came from everywhere, every fucking direction. So the kid lived in a higher end neighborhood, and I guess there had been a rash of fucking break-ins, house break-ins that fucking summer. So, these guys thought they got the guy. Like, dude, I took this shit as a fucking dare. I got charged with a Class C felony, which is theft of anything in excess of, at the time in New York, was the theft of anything in excess of $250. A fucking store now instructs their security people, if they have any, that if it's not over $900 worth of goods, don't even ask them to stop, because the police aren't gonna fucking come. So it was an Ibanez guitar I took. Had a great fucking whammy bar on it, but it kind of reminded me of that story. And Shuggy's been running around fucking telling everybody that your Kodich got 3 felony arrests. I was 17 when I was arrested. I was 17 when I took him. When I was arrested, I was 18. It was at the end of the summer. So I was eligible for. I had a phenomenal attorney. The gentleman had gotten one dude out of a life sentence on a murder charge. He got the charge overturned, and he assisted on a second case that resulted in the long jail sentence being overturned, and a little bit of compensation on that one. I don't know. I get really calm when, like when people would panic. There's something that I'm a true contrarian. I get really fucking calm. I had a dude wave a pistol at me 2 weeks ago. No, it was 3 weeks ago he waved a pistol at me while I was doing the Father's Day trip to Hong Kong to hang out with my son for 2 days and my beautiful wife. The same dude, it's a restaurant. It's not even a fucking club. The same dude was back like 2 or 3 weeks later. Everybody said he was all fucking coked out of his head. But he walked out 10 minutes after closing, was arguing with somebody on the balcony area of the of the restaurant, and him and his buddy just unloaded. Fucking each had a handgun. They just fucking unloaded. It's getting fucking crazy out there. It's really getting crazy out there. What's this? Lorerator says Shuggy thinks deflecting onto everyone else excuses his lack of critical thinking skills and desperate need for attention. My God. What, Laura, are you, did you take psychology classes in college? Do you have a psych background? Because that's a fucking near fucking bullseye on that boy. And may actually be a bullseye. We need a little bit more time to assess the desperate need for attention. There's definitely a need for attention. I wouldn't call it desperate at this time, but I know the poetry of expression, so I get it. I wouldn't call it desperate. I would say he has an unfulfilled desire for attention. Now, Jimmy Finch has got the same thing. That's why he clowns. Laura Ryder says, I freaking hated psychology junk science. LOL. I always thought it was just common sense. A ton of it is common sense. The only philosophy was birthed in America, in this great country, was pragmatism, and that's really what pragmatism is. It's just fucking nuts and bolts common sense shit. If it looks like it's gonna rain, you're a pragmatic person if you bring an umbrella with you. Now, next time you're out when it's raining, public, where there are people moving around, see how many of these dumb motherfuckers don't have umbrellas with them. And they're just fucking running like little lunatics because water from the sky scares them. But if you can get a lot out of Freud. You can get a lot out of Freud, even though there is a decent amount of junk in Freud. Jung is the Jungian stuff is littered with phantasmagorical experiences. But the archetypal understandings that Jung goes through are pretty fucking solid. And it definitely helps to categorize people's thought processes. Alan Killian says, not desperate, overwhelming. I would say on the cusp of, he is driven by, yeah, he may be overwhelmed by his desire to get attention. He was so close, Shuggy came to being a known man with the WNN, and then Dan just shit-bombed his own fucking dinner table. But, Shuggy kept on fucking eating anyway. Fucking weirdo. Fecal freaking. Laura Rader says, so many live streams so quickly. Guess we have to get a fix now before you take off on vacation. Oh, that reminds me. I interrupted my own story, ADD fashion. I am very fucking high right now. Just because it's really good weed, and I just got high 5 minutes ago. On the pool thing with my son, I told my son, talked to him earlier today, and I told him that unfortunately all the pools, because I wanted to try a different hotel. And I told my son today that unfortunately all the pools were closed in Hong Kong. So the pool wouldn't matter did he want to change his mind. And he looked at me for a solid 30 seconds without saying a word. and there was just pure disappointment on his face. And then he put the phone down and just walked off. And he refused to fucking talk to me again. And I kind of felt bad afterward, but I'm like, well, you know, he'll get it when we get there, and he'll forget about it with the fucking once he's swimming in the pool. But I'll talk to him later today and tell him I was just kidding. It's his game. He does it all the time. So I did it back to him, like knew what he wanted to hear, and just Laura Rader says that's cold-coded, cold-hearted. I have a streak of that in me, and I think most of the males in my family line had it. I told you, my grandmother fucking, if you fell down running around as a kid, my dad's mom would just point at you and she would laugh at you. And you would, you know, because it's not the mom response, or, you know, the fucking your buddy's mom, or it's not the mom response where you're like, oh my God, are you okay? My grandmother would just point and laugh at you, and you would be like a little bit embarrassed. So you would get up, you would dust your fucking pants off, and you would, you know, move the fuck on. You would, and my grandmother would laugh because it works so fucking well. So yeah, I do have a little bit. Yeah, I can access that cold-hearted part. But you know, everybody got to learn to deal with fucking disappointment in life. So I didn't think he was going to drop the phone, walk off, and refuse to talk to me. Apparently, like, I don't let him beat me at chess either. And you know, like, we played 4 or 5 games. He's getting better. He's getting a lot better. And like sometimes I won't, like, I'll tell him I'm not going to move my bishops, and I'll play with everything, but the bishops will never move off their spots. So I'll play down the bishops, and I beat him all the time. But you know, beating dad, you have to earn that. You don't just get that, or at least that's the way I was brought up. Someone blocked Logan. Hold on, let me check that, and I will check Victor B's disappearing comments. How could you have gotten blocked, Logan? Victor B says, my son is also 7, and he is just starting to learn to not get angry and frustrated when he loses. Yeah, on the chess thing. So, like, my son, he doesn't get frustrated and angry. He knows when he's lost the game, and he will lay his king down. And I'm always like, come on, buddy, let's just play it out. And he's like, Daddy, I can't win. And I'm, you know, I look at the board and I'm like, yeah, you're right. You can't fucking win. If I capture his queen early in the game, he'll just lay his king down. He won't play anymore. So I have to start, you know, I have to get him past that shit. But like my wife told me that he kind of cried for like a minute or two. You know, like I just beat him. I'm like, all right, buddy, let's play again. And I beat him again. I'm like, all right, buddy, let's play again. And I played him again. And it was like 4. I beat him, you know, 4 straight. And the last game, I just, you know, went at him hard, and it was over fast. Victor B says, I bet Coded banned Logan by mistake while stoned. No, you know why I didn't, you know why I know I didn't block him? Well, I got to check it in here. I didn't block him in the chat, did I? I don't know. Was he in here? Was he in here at all? I'm checking, man. So I guess my son cried a little because he lost 4 chess games in a row. And my wife's like, maybe you should let him win one. And I'm like, no, he has to fucking earn that. In everything. I mean, if we were outside shooting hoops, he doesn't get to beat me. He has to win. comments held for review. I have no held for review comments. Victor B, how many of your hello baby called me a monster? It's part of the toughening up process. Victor B, he is trying. Hang on a second. I haven't checked on Logan yet. Victor B, how many of your comments got deleted? Because I have nothing. I have nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I don't have anything published. I haven't responded. Yeah, I don't see anything. It happened to Johnny Switchblade a couple months back. Things got fucking. A couple of his comments went. Johnny Switchblade at 12:22 a.m. said stolen guitars are bad juju. Fucking tell me about it, dude. That Class C felony could have got me 15 years. Not that I would have gotten that, you know. The lawyer I had, and which, you know, I spent 2 years paying my fucking dad back for that lawyer. But the lawyer I had, I mean, I had never been in trouble before, so. And then I went off to college, and, you know, a fucking Jersey boy who was eventually we became roommates, but in freshman year, he was in the dorm room next to me with another dude. And he would just always fucking around. He'd be like, hey, man, if you got bail money, you can write your own constitution. And I was like, fuck yeah, you can. You better have a pretty good lawyer, too. Everybody gets a pass the first time. Laura Rader says, I stole your guitar on a dare. Yeah, his cousin was really fucking pissed off. And the kid that I did the dare with, I took a guitar and an amplifier. He just took a guitar. And his dad was an investigator for the New York State Troopers. So, like, you know, he was literally, I'm like, dude, we got to bring this shit back. And he was like, yeah, I know what you mean. And then we talked about it again a day or two later, and he just broke down in fucking tears. He's like, my dad's going to fucking kill me. I'm like, dude, just put the shit in my trunk and I'll take it back to him. He did offer to help me pay for my lawyer, but I was like, nah, fuck it, dude. So I'm looking for, how do I got to unblock Logan. Fuck. If you're not blocked in here, Logan, I'm going to be fucking pissed. Pissed. Dead air. 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 You're not on the hidden or blocked user list, Logan. Let me put you on the shit. What does Logan's icon look like? Anybody remember? I know I'm dead airing the fuck out of this. Anybody? Bueller. What's Logan's icon look like? Anybody? Bueller. He does space in between, right? Da-da, da-da. Hello, baby, says at Alan Killian, smiley face. Hello, baby was the first in the room today. It's a husky dog reflected on a car's rear view mirror. I think I just put him on the approved user list. See if he can get into here. Tell him to try now. Logan, you're wasting a fuck ton of time. Damn, I really should get readers. I would be able to see what people's logos looked like. Victor B says he would have shit his pants. Shuggy is a real piece of shit. What a fucking scumbag he is. I can't wait till we do a little in-depth on the Shugman Shugster. Why can't Logan get in the fucking chat? Unsub and resub, Logan. See if that helps. I'm looking forward to doing a little in-depth on the Shugman Shugster. I've been downloading WNN, so I'm not obsessed with this at all. I just think it's hilarious that this obvious grifter grifted so many fucking people, and the idea that the Welsh News Network panel had no idea what was going on is just fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So I have 22 hours of fly time, and I think a 12-hour layover halfway. So I'm just gonna fucking loaded up fucking old, when I take screenshots like crazy, and then I'll just throw them in a fucking folder called unsorted. So I'll be going through all that fucking shit, reminiscing through their side chats with screenshots, and I think I'll use the screenshot comments to direct me toward what old Welsh News Network broadcasts to listen to. And by the time I get back from vacation, I will bet you I am an expert on the shit that Shuggy has said. You want receipts, Shuggy? Your receipts are fucking coming, bro. Your receipts are coming. You little fucking fecal freak. So we're gonna take a peek at has Logan Sandman got in the room yet? Logan, do we need to send the short bus back around to your house to pick you up? Cody told a retard joke. I don't know what happened there, Logan. I miss you though, Logan. I really do. You keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Hold on, Laura's getting getting. Fuck yeah, there you is. That you, Logan? Redheaded stepchild. You are. I don't know what's going on with your account. Did you did you, maybe make inappropriate comments and your account got reported? Laura Rader says it's not so ridiculous that they deliberately chose to ignore all the red flags or are really that dense. That's where I am with Shuggy right now. But God damn it, Shuggy was British Intel Corps. Someone said to me, hey man, I think what Shuggy did was he went around and counted MREs. That's like logistics and inventorying is the lowest of the low work in the Intel sphere. It is the second time. How did we remedy it last time, Logan? I don't know where to go to fix, like, I mean, there's a list of accounts that are hidden. It's got like 4, maybe 5 fucking people in it, but you ain't in there, so. You were just over on Find, Fix, Finish? Damn it. I will go back and take a look at your comments over there to get your a visual on your icon, and then I'll hunt through this fucking administrative fucking maze. Laura Rader says, then again, useful idiots never really understand or admit to being useful idiots. Are you saying that Shugman, Shugster, Shuggy is, say, a Lee Harvey, a Mr. Oswald, a Patsy? Did anybody watch the, there's a YouTube stream called That Chapter? I think the dude's an Irish dude, but he covers, like savage criminal shit. And he does it in a fucking, actually, he does a really good job of making it humorous at times. Or just kind of so ironic, it takes the barbarity out of the shit. Hello Baby watches it. He's got a good speaking voice, huh? And he's got really good presentation skills. I mean, he fucking rocks. Johnny Switchblade has seen it. So I had watched one of his videos, and then something popped up in the suggestion. Hello Baby, been a That Chapter watcher for years now. Something popped up in the suggested after I watched one of his That Chapter videos. So I don't know who did it, but it's like an hour and a half long. It was a pretty interesting piece. The worst fucking serial killers in the United Kingdom, like the top 3 guys are fucking Scottish. And one dude that I think they think killed like maybe 20 people. That's fucked up. Oh yeah, everybody say hey to Shuggy. Hello, Shuggy Shugman. Hello Baby says Logan can't get in. Victor B is agreeing with Laura Rader's comments. Yeah, either Shuggy's a fucking complete idiot, or or he's really good at the optics of dumb, and he's running things Chinese whisper style in the ears of the other panel members, which I'm pretty sure Shuggy was doing the whole fucking time. He was at Welsh News Network. At the end of Welsh News Network, before the blow up, Shuggy would come in with the the Shuggy's little simp squad, all female, except for that, bitch boy Diamond Dave. Shuggy would come in and, with his little group, because God forbid Shuggy do anything alone. Shuggy, I would love to see you just do a single broadcast, you by yourself, pick a topic, snipe one of my videos. I don't fucking care. I would love to see you just go solo. And, I doubt you could do an hour by yourself. I really fucking doubt it. I know you can't fucking do 2 hours solo. You're just not able to. You're not interesting enough. You're not confident enough to do it solo. You don't want to show. You don't want to talk because you don't want to show who you are. You want to whisper in the fucking background. For all we know, you set Dan up as the fall guy because he's a fucking asshole. And you made an arrangement letting Dan know ahead of time that he would, in fact, be the fall guy and that all the money had to run through him and to make sure Shuggy gets his, his cut. I hope he fucked you over, Shuggy. I really do. But I have no doubt that the two of them were in cahoots. The first person Dan grifted was Blecka. The first person on YouTube, Dan went around and told some lies and shit and made promises, but never delivered money. But that's the opposite direction of money flow. You got to bring it into grift. The first person that Dan grifted was Becca. Shuggy introduced Becca to Dan, the widow whose husband just died, and she got a big pile of insurance money. Shuggy delivered her to Dan. Dan delivered her to Johnny Plot at the hole, right? Arm's length. Johnny Plot was doing a lot to fucking try to help Danny Boy get off the ground, And then Becca got grifted, more than grifted, straight up conned. Straight up conned. As in a confidence scheme. Becca had confidence in Shuggy. Shuggy brought Becca to meet Dan. Becca developed confidence in Dan, God knows why. And then Dan delivered Becca to Johnny Plot at the hole. And they both made an agreement with Johnny Plot at the hole to give, an amount of money, 50-50, and Becca was going to give hers first. Now, Johnny O was aware that fucking Dan had made, promises of delivering sizable amounts of money and never fucking came through. Johnny O was aware of that. But he took Becca's money anyway. And then Dan never delivered. Fake story about a heart attack, blah, blah, blah. Dan killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He didn't have to deliver. He had an excuse not to deliver money to Johnny O. Johnny O had a good reason, hey, the guy had a heart attack. What am I supposed to do? You promised me money. The guy had a heart attack. Johnny O's got a perfect fucking excuse, right? These things don't just fucking serendipitously happen. They're orchestrated. The first person grifted by Dan was Blackety Black. And who was Blackety Black? Blackety Black was a extremely low, confident woman who, her husband just passed away. He obviously was the one that handled the money and took care of that shit. And then this lacking confidence, Valium taking, fireball shooting back. Blacka had a big pile of money and zero confidence, and that's the perfect target for a confidence scam. And Blecka literally was the first one grifted, conned by Dan via delivery to Dan by Shuggy and with the help of Johnny Plott at the hole. How long do you think we'll have to wait for this one to prove out? See, if I go and get all the fucking receipts, right? Then I'm just reading shit off receipts, right? I don't want to read paper. I want to read the person. I was actively trying to identify Dan, and I, just was unable to. We did a good job cataloging and debunking his fucking lies. But the one who had Dan's real name, and his address was Johnny Plott at the hole. And I kind of had a really good feeling that that was the case because Johnny Plott from the hole kind of disappeared when Dan started behaving poorly. So I knew who Dan was. I knew who Dan was. Wow, what a great fucking sentence. Try to mumble that one out there, Shug man. You spit the Jaffa cake out, you fucking fecal freak. Everybody wave and say hi to Shuggy. Shuggy is watching. Shuggy is watching. He can't help it. He should be in bed, but he's not. He's neglecting his wife. He's obsessed. Shuggy is obsessed. I can potshot Shuggy any hour of the fucking day on Discord, and he will appear within 10 minutes. And I know that 7 of those 10 minutes is Shuggy sitting there going, I can't respond immediately. I can't respond immediately. All right, I'll finish this box of Jaffa cakes. Then I'll respond. 7 minutes later, a whole box of fucking Jaffa cakes has disappeared. The room stinks like somebody just defecated, because Shuggy's sitting on a fucking toilet when he broadcasts. And he claims he does, but I mean, look at all the fucking lies that Dan told. Has anyone ever heard his wife in the background or any kind of movement in the background? Has anyone ever heard a child? Dan always talked about this big giant dog he had, but nobody ever heard the fucking dog. Dan never had a dog. He claims he does. If Shuggy has a wife, he's estranged from her all the fucking time he's on fucking YouTube for, and especially in the WNN days, which didn't end very long ago. Laura Rader does not know if Shuggy has a wife or not, and she never cared to know. Shiz used to tell stories about how Shuggy would pathetically beg her to have a one-on-one video call. But they're buddies now. Johnny Switchblade says, Dan's actual girlfriend has an awfully expensive car, but pay no attention to her. She knew nothing of his 6-hour streams. It was, look, the girl was probably some wealthier woman who Dan did fucking shit work for. Go ring that fucking guy's doorbell. He owes me money. Don't take any money from him. Tell him I'm coming tomorrow. That kind of fucking shit. You are a real redheaded stepchild, Logan. Unsubbing and resubscribing didn't work either. I'll have to look into it, bro. I have no idea what's going on there. I'm sorry about that. Victor B says the hated GMK. GMK Tootsie says, I care about the kids, Laura. I think Shuggy's indicated in the past that his son is 18. Because I don't feel bad talking about Shuggy's son at all. He's an adult. The only problem I have with those guys talking about my son is my son's a minor, and the problem I have with them talking about my wife is they're just fucking pigs. They're just fucking pigs. But don't mention that anyone's in a wheelchair because you'll get the finger wag. How dare you? How dare you? I don't know what fucking weirdness shiz came through in her life, but if I was her and I walked into that situation, I'd be like, hey, like she did. Hey, it's not cool to do the fucking wheelchair thing. And I'd be like, I was referencing it as a mode of slowness, and it was in response to the person you're defending calling someone else a whore for no reason. At that point in time, if I was shiz, I would have been like, oh, I get it. Okay. Fucking moralizing bullshit. It's okay to call people whores, but it's not okay to reference that someone moves slowly in a wheelchair. Gotcha. I don't understand the fucking virtue signal. That I understand the virtue signal. I don't understand the moral weave that one has to do to make the wheelchair move slowly reference a more egregious thing than calling someone a whore. But I guess you're desensitized on all that shit, Shilk. Victor B says the only movement has to be the bowel one while streaming, sitting on the bowl. It's just weird that he's sitting in a fucking bathroom. He claims, he goes, it's a bed and breakfast. I converted into a residence. Kind of like the way Dan's castle was once a school. It was a castle, then it was a school. Then Dan bought it back. He's the first one to own it in more bullshit, Dan. First one to own it in 2 generations. And I own the little church next to it. And the dad starts pontificating on fucking religious matters. Church owner Dan. Everything out of that motherfucker's mouth was a lie. Why should anything Shuggy says be trusted? Why should anything that Shuggy says be trusted? And Shuggy himself should know the utter worthlessness of you have to prove I'm not what I say I am, when that whole attitude just blew liquid fucking diarrhea all over these fucking morons. Laura says, LOL coded. You know AC of the shit show? LOL, there's an old school auditor fan. I forgot her name, but she loved News Now Houston, who sits on the toilet, eats and streams herself watching. How can you eat food while you're in the fucking bathroom? That's just fucking weird. Shit show. That literally is what Shuggy wanted the poop scoop show they do. Shuggy had originally named it the shit show. That was the original name of it, was the shit show. That fucking Shuggy's fucked up, man. He's as fucked up as Finch is. Shuggy's just better. Shuggy's like the spectrum of, serial killer personalities. You have that Jim Finch is that extreme to the right, clownish John Wayne Gacy, and Shuggy's that extreme to the other side, the the quiet fucking BTK kind of guy. GMK is a request that everyone make fun of Logan while he cannot defend himself. Logan, posing as the redheaded stepchild, says at GMK Tootsie, yeah, make fun of Logan. He'll never see it. We know you can see it, dude. It's not that. We're not doing it because we think you can't see it. We're doing it because you can see it and you can't really fight back. And in a minute, I'm going to start accusing you of not being Logan Sandman, and then everybody's going to rip into you. You can catch it in the replay. Hey, Logan, I'm aware that redheaded stepchild isn't you. It's Hello Baby using 2 different accounts. Laura Rader says, LOL, Johnny, you have to know that I automatically assume any female willing to claim to have a relationship with Dan is in on his grifting, right? It had to be for the money. I agree. Johnny Switchett said, Laura, who told you she's not involved in the scams? Laura Rader says, sorry, Logan, I thought Coded got rid of all the mods. All the mods are gone. Logan's so fucking high, he did something. He probably typing his password in wrong. I can't get in there. When he wakes up in the morning, he won't be so high anymore, and he'll just do his password right, and he'll be like, that's fucking weird, man. Right, Laura says, I mean, why else would any woman date Dan? LOL, except for the potential pay cut. Hey, Jimmy Finch, who paid for your website? Oh, that's right. Dan paid. Oh, wow. Dan made the payment, but the real payers were the suckers that were in your fucking audience. The redheaded stepchild pretending to be Logan Sandman, who really is Hello Baby, says, if I was at Hello Baby, I'd be playing with my tits instead of watching this. Logan, I know it's not you. You don't talk like that. This is a family show, redheaded stepchild. At 7 in the morning, anyone can listen to this. You know, just because it's late at night doesn't mean you can just go working all blue and shit. Alan Killian says, anybody else hear the wheelchair squeaking in the off-screen room? What? What are we talking about there? Laura Rader says, LOL. Victor B's laughing. Whatever the joke is, I'm certainly not in on it. Johnny Switchblade says, the same 2 folks who bubble wrapped Shuggy saying he assisted are the ones who shoo folks off her trail. Odd. Did Dan leave a little hush money envelope for everybody? That's a fucking stupid thought. Hello Baby says, dude, at the redheaded stepchild. Now I know for sure that the redheaded stepchild is Hello Baby, and she's covering for the fact that Logan's too high to be here right now. The old can't get my account to work trick. Laura Rader says, oh, intriguing indeed, Johnny. Victor B says, LOL, Coded, ask him about his age. Yeah, how old are you, redheaded stepchild? Hello Baby says, Scrabble, hot chocolate, and chat. It's fucking July. How could you be drinking hot chocolate? I would have an iced coffee with whipped cream. Laura Rader says, I'm sure they are just protecting their exclusive rights to future streams with Dan's girlfriend. Redheaded stepchild says, same age you are, Coded. We've talked about that openly in the chat. Hello Baby knows that. It's definitely Hello Baby working 2 accounts. You can't fool me. Let's do a little share screen. We're going to take a look at the Poop Scoop 621-24. Scooping the pooping with Mark the Sarcastic Dry Dick, Dope Phil, Jim Blow Felchie. Down here, Bitch Boy on the bottom is Shugman Shugster, the Jaffa Cake and Human Defecant aficionado, and Stroke Survivor Hank. We're taking this in. This is Poop Scoop 4, 621-24. We're going to jump into this at the 18-minute mark, exactly 16 minutes, 59 seconds, circa 18 minutes. Here we go.
You've got to be shitting me, right?
No, I haven't got it yet.
Because
We just randomly jump in and Mark's asking to be shit on.
scamming. It's because you're scamming.
Really?
Okay.
Oh,
I
the
bet,
scam.
I'll bet it's with Jim's wet cat food.
All right.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
can hit another week, but then I'm going to have to start calling you stolen valor.
so let's talk about my cat food scam, because
Okay.
apparently the other night I asked for people to help out because I mean we've got heat in the 90s since last week. It's currently went down. It was 94 this afternoon. All of the strays are showing up for food, and we've been giving them wet food because that hydrates them if we can't get water into them. We've got about 7 strays currently, 7 to 12 that show up. The 7 out there show up on a regular basis.
Just dunked
So
if there's water available and they're not drinking it, wouldn't that just be Darwinism?
Okay.
Pretty much.
Anyway.
That's Hank's way of telling you, Jim, you're wasting your time with these fucking animals. They are not domesticated anymore. They've gone feral. Leave them the fuck alone. Stop feeding them, Jim.
Anyway,
gets
the fact is that the other night at the end of a show, I said, hey, instead of donating tonight, could you just go to our Amazon page and buy some wet food? So somehow that's turned into me scamming for cat food.
You know where this, Laura, you know where this came from, right? You know the origination of what Jimmy's doing here. Laura Rader says, Jim is so damn comfortable with asking viewers to pay for things. Easy to see that Dan was his mentor in running a channel. But do you know where this stuff originated from? Because everybody nutted out on it. Chili put up a wish list on Amazon. People used to goof the fuck out of him for it, including Dan and Jim. And this cat shit, buy me this cat food, get me the wet cat food, not the dry. Jim's got a whole fucking Amazon wish list set up. An idea he not only mocked Chili for, but has stolen from Chili and is now doing it himself after mocking Chili for doing it. There's nothing these motherfuckers won't steal. And Jimmy, when you do Chili tactics, you admit that you're jealous of him. You admire the things, the innovative things he did, because here you are a year and a half, 2 years later, trying to emulate them. You motherfuckers never had an original idea. That's why you're languishing in the sloth of obesity, homebound.
Because I've asked people to help out. What the frick am I gonna do with wet cat food if I'm scamming for it? Am I reselling it?
No, it's the only thing
Am
you're
I
not
eating
allergic
it?
to. You probably, well, you are, because it's the only thing you're not allergic to.
It's. I mean, for
No,
God's
seriously,
sakes.
This is the problem with coded semi-retarded brain cell. All right, he doesn't understand that for something to be a scam or fraud or a grift, there needs to be dishonesty. It's a dishonest.
Mark, I would like to remind you that everyone on this panel, maybe not Pope Phil, I don't know if he was around at the time, but take Pope Phil out of the equation, and the 4 remaining people on this panel all mocked Chili and called him a grifting scammer when he revealed that he wanted to have his listeners provide things to him that were on his Amazon wish list. And now you're fucking doing it. You don't get it. Chili did this. You accused him of being a grifter, a scammer, and only about the money. Jim Finch does it, and it's different somehow. Chili was the more honest guy. You guys don't seem to understand that, because Chili blatantly said the shit is for me. Right? What Jimmy's doing is Jimmy's fucking trying to cloak it with a humane act. It's not humane to feed wild animals, Jim. You leave them the fuck alone. Barn cats, farm cats are feral fucking animals. If it's not an inside the house cat, then, survival of the fittest. And if you feed them, they don't do the fucking job they're supposed to be around for, which is ratting and micing. And then where you are at now, Jim, the wild animal, non-domesticated, has now become a burden. You're begging for food. These cats showed up at your house, and like a fucking idiot, you fed them. And then they didn't go around and like, hey, man, head on down to, house number 5, the yellow one on the corner, man, because they got free food up there, dude. And they're handing out catnip, too. It's not how it fucking works, Jim. You feed it, you attract it to your property, and then like a fucking idiot, fucking immoral animal owner, you don't have any of those animals neutered or spayed. And dude, they're not coming from other places, they're fucking breeding. And now, because dipshit you never goes outside, you put a bowl on the fucking porch, you don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh, it's hot, so all these cats are showing up. No, it's not. They were born a month ago. You just didn't see them because they were scared little kittens that were hiding most of the fucking time. We had 15 cats, and now we've got almost 100. I don't know how it happened. You're not that fucking... Well, maybe you are, Jim. Maybe you are that fucking clueless.
Honesty offense. It just baffles me. It's like, if you say, look, I need money for this exact purpose, this is what I'm going to use the money for, and people say, yeah, sure, I'll give you money for that, and they do, and you use it for that purpose, it's not a fucking scam. Retard. Get over it.
Then why'd you say Chili was a scammer when he was doing it, you fucking retard? Why did Jim say that, you fucking retard? Why did Shuggy say that, you fucking retard? Why did Hank say that, you fucking retard? Like, you guys are so out of touch with the shit you've said in the past that your shit can be repeated back to you at the right time, and you'll defend the very statements you made a year ago that were directed at fucking Chili. The receipts are all the things you've said. A lot of it about Chili. Quite a bit of it about Reagan Benson. And you're doing the same shit with me now, too. Jimmy, you're gonna get a meetup. Sugar, you got a fat fucking lip coming.
I think Sharp will have to say about that, Mark.
Yeah, he would. It's a shame we don't have a clip.
We would.
And here's another question. If I'm really eating it, then if I'm so poor that I'm eating wet cat food, then shouldn't you be trying to support me other ways? Like, shouldn't I be scamming from maybe McDonald's, which is a slight step up or down, or
Well,
depending on
that's
where you are?
Well,
that's debatable.
Do you guys have a Ruth Chris Steakhouse?
UK McDonald's, maybe.
Remember, I'm so far out. We only have one Starbucks in 100-mile area.
That's illegal.
Yeah.
Bingo, GMK Tootsie. Jim asking people to help out is like the rest of us asking to pass the salt. Jim's a fucking beggar's beggar, man.
That's illegal.
There were plans for a second one at the mall, then the mall shut down.
Jim can't get Starbucks. Boo-hoo. Starbucks sucks, you asshat.
Because Starbucks is coming.
But what? Hang on. We've got an emergency in the side chat. Lemon Tart says,
What?
"Be right back, y'all." You're not
Be
allowed to
right
leave.
back, y'all.
Okay.
Who
So-
gave Lemon Tart permission to leave?
I don't know. But honestly, I think that I'm going away from Starbucks at the moment in the UK and going towards Costa. Their coffee's better over here.
I'm not going to lie. I actually have a photograph of me with a brand new
coffee talk.
Right,
Shuggy has
inferior.
no idea the fucking problem, but this innocuous coffee mention, Shuggy has no idea the problem he's about to fucking cause.
Is filled with Costa coffee cups, a large one. we made a little Costa coffee fort inside.
And which one of Jim's cars is this?
That was my car.
I prefer going to either Dutch Brothers Coffee or Black.
Jesus Christ, for a guy who announces to the fucking world on a live stream that his mommy just dropped a sack of food in front of him and fuck, the cat got in the bag. Dude, look, Jimmy, let me fucking explain a simple fact in life to you. There are two kinds of people in the world. There are the quick and there are the hungry. Your cats are more motivated to eat and to get sustenance than your fucking fat, lazy ass is sitting there, because mommy is doing you a huge disservice at 53, 54 years of age to be delivering fast food to your fat ass. A big part of your problem is, Jim, your mother's a fucking enabler. Now, I'm not saying that to hurt you, Jimmy. I'm saying that because I don't think you fucking realize it.
Black Rifle Coffee.
Black Rifle.
Brand new car. They asked me what the interior was made of. I was like, Costa coffee cups.
I prefer going into the kitchen.
I'm sending
my office.
veggie porn.
Wait a minute.
to Vlad.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
The universe is out of kilter here. Shuggy's spending money on coffee, and I'm cheap enough to just make it at home.
Wait, Shuggy's spending money?
No, I don't spend I use my wife's trust fund.
Oh, okay.
It was a small amount, Johnny. It was only like 10 or 15 bucks. You had done some research and got some paperwork. Johnny Switch says Coda never asked me for money. In fact, he repeatedly asked to send me money. What do you make of that? One of the things that tripped me off on Dearmid, I mean, I'd only been around Dearmid, granted, for a while we all talked on a day-to-day basis. Me, McAddicts, Dearmid, Shiz was there a lot of the time, Highest Priestess. There were a bunch of people. And then when I did the Hong Kong vacay thing on the way back, I had a long layover in Amsterdam, and I was going to, I was going to meet up with Dearmid. I offered to pay his travel expense, everything. I had a fucking 12 or 14 hour layover, so luckily there's a fucking posh hotel right across the fucking street from the airport, literally right across the street from the airport. And it's not even the street. It's like, you know, the circular drive around the fucking airport. You literally walk to the hotel in 2 minutes from where I picked up my bags. I had the hotel room, so, you know, I was going to be there for 14 hours. I offered to pay his travel expense, and, you know, he was, yeah, all the way up to the last minute. And then he was like, no, I can't make it. So it was at that point in time that I kind of knew that he didn't want me to know who he was. And now we know why. Dermot was playing me. And now you're exposed. You couldn't resist, dude. You couldn't resist coming back and bragging about it and giving me the confirmation that you guys acted like I was fucking crazy when I said it. You were with me from the get-go just to keep tabs on me. You were either watching me for Irish Demon, or you were watching me for Shiz, or you were watching me for both. And you came back and you did the "we played you so easily." It was enjoyable up until you revealed your godlessness. Then, you know. Oh, well. Laura Rader says, Coded really sucks at grifting and e-begging, Johnny. Actually, I don't know. This room's kind of smart. But if I disappeared for 8-9 months, knowing what I know now about the dynamics of the machinations of the creator audience relationship, yeah, I could come back in some backwater niche of YouTube and I could probably shake some motherfuckers down. If Dan could do 20 grand minimum, I could do 100K in a fucking year, no problem. I know all the tricks and the virtue signals now. Thank you, Dermot. You were educational. Alan Killian says, bastards that can't afford a cup on their budget arguing about where to buy coffee with grifted money. That's a great observation. Hey, let's talk about a $4 cup of coffee while we beg our audience for fucking cat food. Not the shitty dry stuff, you motherfuckers. We want that good fancy feast wet stuff. Fucking packer.
Your wife's
Hold on. Let's hear all the hens cackle about coffee.
Home.
Wait, Shuggy's spending money?
No, I don't spend I use my wife's trust fund.
Oh, okay, your wife's
Who
trust
controls the
fund.
money?
The long head
Yeah.
admiral pays the bill.
Okay.
The long head admiral's in charge.
My more normal day-to-day coffee comes out of the kitchen, but every now and then when I'm out and about,
Shuggy just
Want a
assigns
treat.
a budget.
I've never actually had Starbucks anything.
You're not. Well, don't.
No, I don't drink
because-
coffee.
Are you ill?
I was addicted to coffee and destroyed my teeth when I was 17.
What?
So
What? Jim's a coffee addict? It's going out on a limb, Jim. You've been hanging around with Pope Phil, the meth head, you know, and now you were a coffee addict and your teeth rotted out of your head at 17. Let's hear Jim's story. It's an interesting fucking story. It's mildly Twilight Zone-ish.
coffee, sugar, I used to drink like 7 cups a day.
What? Hold on. We have to get the deets on this.
Well, don't.
No, I don't drink
because-
coffee.
Are you ill?
I was addicted to coffee and destroyed my teeth when I was 17. So coffee, sugar, I used to drink like 7 cups a day. Well, I had
Drinking
several
what?
pots a
Sugar.
day when I was a 5-year-old. I started drinking when I was drinking coffee when I was 5 years old. I'm not lying.
Jim's not lying. He started drinking coffee when he was 5 years old. I know things have changed now, with the ubiquitous nature of coffee, but coffee was an adult beverage when I was growing up. I think I had my first cup of coffee. I was 14, 15 years old. Now, part of that was, it was a drink my parents drank. My dad didn't drink soda. He drank coffee or beer. I drank soda. Soda was my thing. So I drank soda or orange juice, or goddamn, if I could get my hands on a grapefruit, like a grapefruit juice. So Jimmy Finch is drinking coffee at 5 years old. That's fucking crazy. Sugar alone will ramp up a 5-year-old. You don't need to fucking dump caffeine on top of it. Where the fuck are your parents, Jim?
When I was to drink like 7 cups, I was 17.
So, like, this is where this all-inclusive, accept everything. This is what happens. People have that attitude. This is what happens with their fucking kids. Jim Finch.
So coffee, sugar, I used to drink like 7 cups a day. Well, I had
Drinking
several
breakfast
pots a
sugar.
day when I was a 5-year-old. I started drinking when I was drinking.
Several cups a day, and then he corrects himself and says, well, several pots a day when he was 5 years old.
Coffee when I was 5 years old. Pots a day when I used to drink like 7 cups a day. Well, I had
Drinking
several
breakfast
pots a
sugar.
day when I was a 5-year-old. I started drinking when I was drinking coffee when I was 5 years old. I'm not lying about that. My dad taught me how.
Thank God Jim has just announced that he's not lying, and that means he's telling the truth. Jim is lying.
Drinking coffee when I was 5 years old. I'm not lying about that. My dad taught me how to make coffee for him. Then he went off to the war, and I kept drinking coffee and reading the newspaper and bitching about Richard Nixon on the.
What? Jim's like fucking one of the Little Rascals. Was Jim Spanky in the Little Rascals? Spanky Jim. Oh my God. Jim literally he's like Froggy from the Little Rascals. Wasn't he the fucking, boardroom kid character? Okay, so let's get into this, misty-eyed girl. Good fucking question. Victor B says, Laura, they'll be grifting for a cat drinking fountain soon. There's one on the fucking Amazon wish list. I wish I had the fucking. Oh, he actually might put the wish list up in this episode. We'll take a peek at it. It's fucking hilarious. Like, Jim's trying to get people to buy heated outdoor cat houses. I think Jim's worried about his mother kicking him out of the fucking house. Oh my God. Did Logan get hacked? Laura Rader's asking. It's Hello Baby. She's covering for Logan. He's not really here now. At Hello Baby now, at Logan Sandman. Can't type over on F3 now either. Something's fucked up. I told you to wear your galoshes when you go stomping in puddles. You were over at Stone Vet and you got a virus. You only have yourself to blame, kid. Hello, baby. I would be careful on those phone calls with Logan Sandman. He may have a digital virus. Laura Rader says, Logan, did you get hacked? The redheaded stepchild, a.k.a. Logan Sandman, says, at Laura Rader, not that I know of. Dude, I will bet you fucked up your password somehow. Close the browser and reopen the browser. Maybe you should change your password on your account. Laura Rader laughing at Logan, LOL. Sorry, I have no clue. If this was Facebook or Twitter, I'd say you'd been put in time out. I've spent lots of time in Facebook and Twitter jails too. That's why I don't have a Facebook account anymore. During COVID, man, you couldn't say shit. They were fucking just suspending your fucking ability to do anything for like a week, and then it was like 30 days, and then it was like 60 days. Jesse VR is with us, says hello to everyone. Hand pink waving. Good timing. Johnny Switch says, haha, Laura, most of us have been in jail. Well, a lot of us have been in actual jail. I think Laura's just talking about Facebook jail. All right, let's get back to this video.
So, and
Age
the evening news at age 5. I was 70-something years old at age 5. So, but of course, I would put like an inch. I would put like an inch of sugar in every cup of coffee. So,
So Jim would put in if this is a all right. So Misty Eyed Girl asked how old Jim Blow is. Misty Eyed Girl says caffeine is actually helpful for ADHD in kids. Yeah, I don't think Jim was diagnosed with anything yet at age 5. And if he was 5 years old, why the fuck wasn't he at school? Your story doesn't make sense, Jim. Laura Rader says, we already know Jim lies easily based on his ridiculous, quote, news stories. Johnny Switch says, I'm a Polak and drank it as a baby. My Mexi friends did too. I don't know, maybe it's because Irish kids were a little too rambunctious. We didn't get access to the coffee till we was teenagers. Laura Rader says, like how Rights On and Rebel and Coded were coming to the house. What, huh? Oh, yeah, the news. Finch's news stories. Yeah, Rebel and I were gonna go to Rights On's pizza place in Philly, and then split up from there and see who could get to. One would go toward Finch and the other would go toward Blecka, and we were going to time it out and see who could, reach the other person's domicile sooner. Jesse VR says, dare I ask, muted. Am I muted? I better be 5x5 in it. Did I not? I did share the video. Okay. You scared me there, Jesse. I was trying to get to Alan Killian says that 5 pots a day caffeine rush never prompted him to get out of the house to find a fucking job. Oh, GMK Tootsie says Shuggy finally succeeded in carrying out one of his threats. He falked Logan. Is Shugman Shug? Logan got fucking hacked by Shugman Shugster of British Intelligence Corps? The man who they say was just an MRE counter? The man who used to tell everyone that, Dan, we're sworn to secrecy. We can't talk about our service. Dan has every right to, Then why'd you say you were in the fucking service to begin with, dipshit? And then why did you go and blab about all your fucking fake shit? Shuggy, why would a British Intel Corps officer be getting debriefed by the SAS about the location of a Russian submarine that you had been tracking? So you were in the Navy while you were in the Army? Come on, Shug. Laura Rader says, LOL, oh my God, now I caught whatever Logan has. LOL, I was trying to type fireball, firebomb, and had to bounce in and out of the stream 3 times before my comments went through again. Maybe that's what happened to Victor B. Maybe we're all under attack. I'm high. I'll think about it tomorrow. That could just be the weed fucking saying, look out. GMK Tootsie says, Jim is what, 50? How old is that in clown years? Oh my God. Jimbo the Clown is going to become a new species. All of this fucking feed my cat shit, and then Jim is presenting himself iconically as Gia's fucking corgi in what looks like some kind of cape. This is so fucking gay. And I mean that dick in the ass way. Gay. Victor B says, damn it, Laura, you got Logan's virus. Ooh. Laura Rader says, I'm done talking to Logan, the virus-ridden chatter from the night. Sorry, Logan. All right, so calculating Jim's age. Last year, Jimmy said he was 52. So, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say he's 53. Didn't he have a birthday? So wasn't there some birthday talk bullshit? Or, that's when he ran his fucking, Dan let him put up his fucking GoFundMe link or something. So if Jimmy's 53, right? He would have been born in what, 71? 1971. Sugar, can you check my maths on that? Would that be 1971? Huh, Sugar? Sugar? Come on, Sugar. I know you're out there. Just post. 1971. Too slow, Sugar. Too slow. Misty-eyed girl said Jim said he was making coffee for his dad. Something about Nixon being in office in the war. I'll roll it back. It goes by fast. Laura Rader says Jim Finch has a long history of appeasing and honoring old women with bullshit and weird stories. So you thought Becca was an old woman too? I did too. Hello Baby says Nixon was early 70s. Yes. Jimmy was born in 1971. Let's do a little.
Can you imagine me at age 5 after 7 and of course, 7 years old at evening news?
I need to go back just a little bit more for the Richard Nixon
Anything.
comment.
Are you not? Well, Dave,
No, I don't drink coffee.
Jim doesn't drink coffee.
Are you ill?
I was.
Hello Baby says, I thought Becca was way old, that coded friend. Hello Baby, Becca was in her 40s, middle 40s. Or at least that's what she claimed. She looked a lot older than that. Jimbo Felch last year said 53. So we have Jimmy. It's what makes him almost funny, Jesse VR. Jim is so pathetically unfunny. Like if he were just a drop more unfunny, it would actually be comical. But you're right. Pathetic is the fucking word. All right, so Jimmy doesn't drink coffee.
Addicted to coffee and destroyed my teeth when I was 17.
Jimmy was addicted to coffee and destroyed his teeth when he was 17.
So coffee, sugar, I used to drink like 7 cups a day.
So coffee, sugar, Jimmy used to drink like 7 cups a day.
Well, I had several pots a day.
Well, he had several pots a day. He's going from 7 cups to several pots now. There's a lot of fucking sugar, Jim. Several pots, an inch of fucking sugar in every cup. Jesus Christ. What'd you do to your mother? Make her go to the fucking grocery every other day? We got milk and eggs. Where's the fucking sugar going?
When I was a 5-year-old. I started drinking when I was drinking coffee when I was 5 years old. I'm not lying about that. My dad taught me how to make coffee for him. Then he went off to the war.
Jim's dad taught him how to make coffee for him when Jim was 5 years old. And remember now, Jim was born in 1971. Jim was 5 years old. His dad taught him how to make coffee. We're in 1976. The Vietnam War ended in 75. Jim's 5 years old. His dad is at home. He taught him how to make coffee. And then dad goes off to the war. Jim is now addicted to coffee as he was making it for his dad. His dad went off to the Vietnam War in 1976, but the Vietnam War ended in 75. And Jim's watching Richard Nixon on TV, who was out of office, thank you, misty-eyed girl, in 1974. Jim's a fucking liar. In order for this story to be true, Jim would have had been making coffee at 3 years old. And when Jim says making coffee, he's talking about brewing the fucking pot. Because when daddy goes away, Jim knows how to brew coffee, right? 1976 is the early days of Mr. Coffee. You had to percolate that shit before Mr. Coffee. Before the drip, you had to percolate. And let me tell you something. A percolated cup of coffee is way the fuck better than drip coffee. Way better. So we have oh fucking Alan Killian. Maybe oh my God. Alan Killian says Jimmy actually lost his teeth because of rough sport at the truck stop glory hole. He decided to never take another full-time position. All right, so we have Jimbo Felch, 5 years old. Jimmy claims to be 52 last year, so he's 53. 5 years old, born in 71. He's born in 71. He's 5 years old, so he's 1976. Richard Nixon is out of office. The Vietnam War is over. Jim's dad taught him at 5 years old in 1976 how to brew coffee for him. But then daddy leaves to go to the war, which is over in 1976. And Jim, the 5-year-old, is drinking pots of coffee, each cup with an inch of sugar in it, which over the next 12 years will result in Jimmy's teeth having rotted out of his head. Jim, sugar doesn't make your teeth rot. What makes your teeth rot is you don't brush them, you know? You were all fucking caffeinated up, dude. You think you would have had a little extra energy to brush those tooths. But, you know, you weren't really leaving the house for any reason. So why bother cleaning yourself, right, Jim? The year is 1976. A 5-year-old Jim Finch, born in 1971, has recently learned how to brew coffee for his daddy. Daddy leaves to go to the Vietnam War, which ended months or possibly a year before Jim's daddy left to go to the war. While Jim's daddy is gone, air quotes now, fighting the war, Jim is watching Richard Nixon on television, reading the paper, screaming about Richard Nixon on television, and drinking pots of coffee every day. The other problem here with this is Richard Nixon left office in 1974. Jim would have been 3 years old in 74, and his dad still would have been home because Jim's dad didn't leave until Jim was 5, which was 1976. And Jim says his dad left to go fight the war, which, you know, happened to end in 1975. So Jim's father abandoned Jim and his mother and sisters when Jim was 5 years old in 1976. Now, to help Jim cope with this, Jim's mother told Jim that daddy went to fight the war. It's understandable, but maybe it's time Jim was released from his delusional stories and told the truth. Maybe this is why Jim has never left his mother's house. He's waiting for daddy to come home. Or maybe Jim just doesn't want to disappoint mommy and fly from the nest, because when Daddy left, Mommy was very disappointed. So disappointed that several uncles had to come over on a regular basis to comfort her. You see, Jim, you tell your stories, right? And then I listen, and I understand why you've said the horrendous fucking things that you have said about my wife. You're literally projecting what you saw Mommy doing when Daddy abandoned your family. Daddy left in 76, Jim, to fight the war. The war ended in 75. You haven't figured that out yet? This sucks to be you. You are pathetic, Jim. That's why you clown it up to hide that you actually are pathetic. But you are pathetic, Jim. And it's that pathetic authenticity, because you are a pathetic person, that enables you to pathetically tug at the heartstrings of idiots to provide food for animals that have gone wild, that are either able to provide for themselves or unable to provide for themselves. Coyotes eat cats, Jim. There's coyotes where you are. They got to eat too. You start feeding these cats that are not domesticated cats, they're wild animals, and you actually do them no fucking good, Jim. But you don't know how to take care of things, because from the stories you tell, Jim, the adults in your childhood life were masters of delusion and running away from shit. Jimmy's about to reveal what I believe is another pivotal event in his life.
And I kept drinking coffee and reading the newspaper and bitching about Richard Nixon on the the evening news at age 5.
Why would Richard Nixon be on the evening news in 1976 when you were 5, Jim? Why? Why? Does anyone here remember what they were watching on television at the age of 5?
I was 70-something years old at age 5.
Jim was 70 at age 5. Jim constantly indicates that he has a dissociative disorder. At 5 years old, Jim saw himself as a 70-year-old man.
So
at 10 years old, Jim saw himself as a 17-year-old dead boy. At 53 years old, Jim sees himself as a 17-year-old dead boy. So I think Jimmy had a traumatic young childhood, because it looks like you're absolutely right. Hello, baby. Jimmy is in the midst of self-snitching right now. You didn't have your first Coca-Cola till you were 16. Hello, baby. Victor B says, look at Gia's comment on the side chat. She refuses to spend money out on coffee, but she will gladly throw it away for Dan. Gia is also saying in the side chat now that Jim is sending veggie porn to Vlad. I'm telling you, Gia's attraction to this fucking crowd is she's a perv. Oh, cocaine at 16. You did the cocaine at 16 and didn't drink coffee till you were 21, but you was doing the cocaine at 16? I never did coke. I did it one time. I was drunk as fuck too. I've told the story in the past. One of my buddies in college gave me a fucking line to snort. I could barely I was so drunk I could barely fucking stand up. I snorted that line, and all I wanted to do was go back to the bar and have another fucking drink. I left the fucking bar, and fuck yeah, I inhaled. I snorted that shit right down. And my roommate got fucking really good coke, apparently. I only tried it once, but other people we went to college with were doing coke with him, and they said his coke was really good shit. It sobered me right the fuck up, or at least that's the way I felt. All I wanted to do was go back to the bar and have another fucking drink. So I realized after one time using coke that if I developed a habit with that shit, I would definitely be dying of cirrhosis. Oh, I don't know if I can post that comment. Alan Killian. Misty-eyed girl says, I love percolated coffee. It's got a deeper flavor, more richness. GMK Tootsie says, okay, adding Folgers into the equation gets us the following results. Jim equals clown. I was reading too deep into that. I fucked up the delivery, GMK. Sorry about that, buddy. Laura Rader says, yeah, the timeline makes no sense at all. Total bullshit. Why is Shuggy always attracted to Jim Finch is a pathological liar. Dan was a pathological liar. If Shuggy's gravitating toward you, birds of a feather, they do flock together, and none of you fuckers wanted to be around me, and I am happy about that. Hey, man, we lie all the fucking time. We can't have coded around. That motherfucker just blurts shit out. He tells the fucking truth. He doesn't think about what he's saying. We can't have that fucking dude around here. Oh, man. Some people just get all squirrely because they know, they get squirrely around me. I don't know that they're fucking lying about anything, but they know the depth of their fucking lies. And then they get all fucking worried because fucking Cody loves to fucking point and say, it's not black, it's fucking white. That emperor ain't got no fucking clothes on. GMK Tootsie says, hello, baby, I'm going to go French press next. I use a mocha pot often. I like a good French press, but I'll tell you something. If you're going to go to that effort, you might as well just get that aluminum stovetop espresso maker. Holy shit. The deep, rich liquid that comes out of that single serving aluminum espresso maker is fucking liquid poison. It is crazy good. I love that shit. Laura Rader says, my daughter was a French press girl for a long time, but I don't think she uses it anymore. No clue why, as I don't drink coffee. That's a check in the minus column for you, Laura. The French press is cool, and for a while it's worth the effort, but then it gets a little tiresome, and you kind of gravitate back to the drip thing. Don't get rid of the French press. She'll want to use it again in the future. GMK says, Laura, so you are one of those tea people? Jesse VR says, he also hides behind the lies of threats to him. Yeah, he does that with me a lot. Telling people I threatened to fucking Italian lightning his house. Douchebag little pussy boy. Jim's always got to be the victim. Even the fat 25-pound cat that it's going to happen here that's climbing on his shoulder while he's begging people for fucking to buy him cat food. Even that animal is, victimizing Jim by digging its claws into Jim because this 25-pound cat apparently can't walk on its own. So Jim puts it on his shoulder like a parrot, like a pirate with a parrot.
But of course, I would put like
Arnold.
an inch. I would put like an inch of sugar in every cup of coffee. So, can you imagine me at age 5 after 7 cups of coffee that had an inch of sugar in it?
God,
I was
seems
very
like a-
hyper.
What fucking parent would let a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old have 7 cups of coffee with an inch of sugar in each one? So daddy left. Mommy ain't watching Jimmy. I couldn't do a fucking thing without when I was a kid without my mother. What are you doing? Are you in the kitchen? What are you doing in the kitchen? The refrigerator door better not be open. I'm not doing refrigerator door, Mom, making coffee. My mom would be like, what? You're doing what? 5 years old? Get the fuck out of the kitchen. Hello Baby says, the way he said I'm not lying about that, obviously he lies about that. He lies about a lot. Yeah. There's Hello Baby self-snitch comment. Jesse VR says, Flagman Dan is asking Jim how cat food tastes. Is that the name of the account? It is, Flagman Dan. So how does cat food taste, Jim? Who the fuck is Flagman Dan? Oh my God, I love that fucking account. It's probably fucking actually Dan. Bingo, baby, says Johnny Switch. Hello, baby was watching Lawrence Welk at age 5. I probably was too. There was a black and white. The fuck was the name of it? It was like a Lassie thing, but it was a kid with a. It was a boy with a black stallion, not Black Beauty. Fury, it was called. Yeah. When I was about, because I would watch that before the bus showed up, and I went. Kindergarten was a half day. So I would watch that, and then I would have like a 5-10 minute wait when that ended till the bus came. Fury. I guess I was watching that at 5. Victor B says, the first thing I did after my ex-feral cat adopted me was to make sure she wouldn't have a litter. Exactly. I mean, if you can look, a feral cat's a feral cat. If you want to bring the feral cat in, they they're a little more aggressive than domesticated cats, but they can be re-domesticated. But if you're going to take care of that cat, then you have a lifelong obligation. And Jim's talking about what, like fucking 25 stray cats now. They're not just showing up with little hobo sticks and fucking bandanas full of their fucking cat possessions. They didn't jump trains to get to your place, Jim. They were born on the fucking property, you retard. Quit feeding them fucking things.
He would sit around in his blazer and bow tie, his bifocals, read the newspaper, and bitch about the economy.
Why not just keep it upside down from a chandelier at the age of 5, just hanging there like a bat, reading a newspaper upside down?
Yes,
Smoking
because
a
that's
pipe.
what you did. That's what I thought. And in fact, for
These
kindergarten
youngsters, they just
photos,
don't get it.
for kindergarten photos, I somehow tripped over my own feet and skinned a little square.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Jimmy for kindergarten picture. Kindergarten was a fucking rough year for Jimbo. On right around picture day, just before school picture day, Jimmy fell down, skinned his lip. Jimmy fell. I'm air quoting here. Jimmy's dad is gone. He's went off to fight the Vietnam War, which ended the year before. Jimmy's dad has left the family. Jimmy fell and skinned his lip. Sounds like a 5-year-old may have had a cold sore. And he had a scab that looked just like an Adolf Hitler mustache. Are you fucking kidding me, Jim? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? How does a 5-year-old know who Adolf Hitler is? I think, Laura, you're younger than me, but I'm pretty sure you were older than 5 when Little House on the Prairie was on. Sounds weird, Jim, that you have a scab on your upper lip. Like, there's no way, Jim. There's no way you can fucking wiped out every way you can fucking wipe out as a kid growing up. I've had fucking, road rash scabs that went from my ankle to just above my knee on the side of my leg. I've had them that covered my entire fucking forearm, skateboarding and fucking mountain biking and shit like that. There's no way you can trip on something and fall in a way that your lip drags on the ground and your nose doesn't get fucked up. So, Jimmy, it sounds like you had a fucking cold sore. Daddy's gone. Mommy's got to make ends meet. Jimmy's got a cold sore on picture day. When does Daddy come back from the war that ended a year ago that he just left to fight in, Jim?
Kindergarten photos.
They just don't get it.
For kindergarten photos, I somehow tripped over my own feet and skinned a little square between my nose and...
Right. Misty-eyed girl in the side chat picked up on Jimmy said kindergarten. Jim Finch, I think Dan kept it in check. Jim Finch is a baby talker. And it's increasing. Jim Finch is a fucking baby talker. Kindergarten. I can almost guarantee that this is how Jim's grandmother talked to Jim. And I think the idea of Jim being a 70-year-old man at 5 is because he's too close with his grandmother after Daddy left to fight in the war that ended a year ago. Laura Rader says, LOL, what I remember best about staying with my grandparents was being terrified the first time I saw my grandma without her dentures and her mouth all caved in. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of remember that. In my own family way, the first time you see, like, you didn't know grandma or grandpa didn't have teeth and they had dentures, and then you catch them in the morning and there's nothing in their mouth, and you're like, what the fuck happened to you? GMK says smoke stories. These are the fucking caterpillar on a toadstool stories. They are definitely smoke stories, but the smoke is opium. Hello Baby says, me too. Now I am her, at Laura Rader. What? Oh. I'm getting old too. I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to see it too. Although someone told me the other day that they thought I was 41. Like, thank you for shaving 16 years off my life.
And my lip. So it made a scab in the form of a fucking Hitler mustache.
Little Jimmy Hitler. Oh my God.
And I was the only little kid to know what it was, and I was mortified as they made me take these damn pictures. So my kid...
Jim was mortified about having his picture taken with a big giant cold sore on his upper lip. Yeah, I get it. I don't know if, mortified. Fucking elderly people did you hang out with when you were a kid?
Kindergarten pictures, I have a Hitler mustache.
God, how funny.
I would have walked around the playground in a certain fashion, making funny waves.
It was...
Mark is now apparently for no reason just blurting out that he's a goose stepper. Fucking weirdo. You would have made a great fucking Nazi, Mark.
Puerto Rico. I lived in Puerto Rico because we were stationed there. And to make matters worse, my mom was in the Navy.
All right, hold on. We're going to get into a whole new Jim story. Jim's mom is now in the Navy. There's no mention of Daddy. They're stationed in Puerto Rico. Jim's mom is some kind of a newscaster. Now, if Jim's mom legitimately, Laura Rader, stationed in Puerto Rico, is that not possible? Navy. There's got to be a port in Puerto Rico. Jimmy Finch is Jim K. Tootsie says, oh my God, Jim is so yuck. Jimbo is he's now somehow managed to reveal that he's in Puerto Rico. I'm not sure if they've moved to Puerto Rico since Daddy left to fight in the war that ended the year before. It's crazy. Jim actually predicted that he would be accused of stolen valor by me. Oh my God. Jim knew all along that he had all these military related stories because of his parents, that Jimmy knew a year ago that one day he'd be telling these fucking lies. Logan Sandman chimes in. There are a total of 5 military bases in Puerto Rico, including Army and Air Force bases and a U.S. Coast Guard station. Neither the Marine Corps nor the Navy have bases there. Ooh. I don't think either one of Jim's parents were in the fucking military. I would not accuse you of stolen valor, Jim, but I would accuse you to the closest possible thing you could accuse a civilian of that was related to stolen valor. I think you're lying about your parents, Jim. Your dad went to fight in the Vietnam War in 1976. The war had already ended. That's when Daddy left the family. Now Mommy's in the Navy and you're stationed in Puerto Rico, which has no naval base. So why would Navy personnel be there? Oh, Jimmy. Didn't you learn from Dan?
She was a newscaster, and she would use the station sometimes as my daycare. So they put me on the kids' TV show called The Ranger Tom Show, I think it is.
The Ranger Tom Show, Puerto Rico, 1976-ish. Anyone want to check a quick Google on that and see if there is a Ranger Tom Show that aired in Puerto Rico? And why would he said his mother was a broadcast. Was the Navy running their own fucking television broadcasting system with fucking kid shows and shit? Why was this going on a fucking Navy base? Jimmy. Alan Killian says, the way their stories grow, Jimmy's daddy will probably be part of the Black Ops searching for all the POWs and help to bring Rambo out. Jim is setting the stage to claim that his dad is the character that Rambo is based on. I fucking guarantee it. If I hadn't just blurted it out like a fucking moron, I should have emailed that to someone so we had a date mark when I had the idea, and then we could have seen how much time went by before Jim actually claims that his dad is the guy that the movie Rambo is based on. My God. Hold on. The redheaded stepchild says Roosevelt Roads Naval Station, nickname Rosie Roads, is a former United States Navy base in the town of Ceiba, Puerto Rico. It was active from 43 to 2004. Oh, we have to take back all the fucking comments about mommy not being on a naval base in Puerto Rico. But we do know that Dan's daddy left the family to fight in the war in 1976, and the war was already over. Oh, yeah, Armed Forces Network. Okay. So Jim's claiming his mom was, I mean, that's searchable, right? The last name would be Finch. You could search to see if she was broadcast personnel. You could FOIA that fucking shit. Laura Rader says, LOL, no clue, but Armed Forces Network was huge during and after World War II. Yeah, because they carried all the NFL games for the military guys overseas. And the NFL was at its peak in the fucking 70s. Laura Rader says she doesn't know about children's programming. Well, let's listen to Jimmy tell us all about it.
I don't think it was Ranger Rick. It was Ranger Tom. But I was a cartoon kid, and the entire island apparently knew.
Jim was a cartoon kid? Jim got on the show. Jim was a cartoon kid. I think Jim might have had a fucking... Maybe he was on... What was that fucking... The comedian Steam Pipe Alley. Jim would have had a better shot at being on Steam Pipe Alley. But Jim's a cartoon kid on the Ranger Tom show, which we're assuming was broadcast for Armed Forces Network, which happened to be, broadcast from Puerto Rico. And Jimmy was a cartoon kid and, a famous young man on the island. People would run up to him, yelling to him in Spanish. Let's see what the result of that was. Do tell us, Jimmy. Fascinating.
But I was a cartoon kid, and the entire island apparently knew me because people would come up to me speaking Spanish and pointing, and I'm just like, go away. I don't understand. And then I'd run off. So.
God, how funny.
Ground control to Major Tom.
While you're
So Jim, who his whole life wanted to be a radio broadcaster, actually had television celebrity as a child, and the notoriety drove Jim cray-cray. He couldn't take it. He would put his hands over his ears and run away screaming. You're still doing that today, Jim. You're still doing that today. Laura Rader says, LOL, I do remember vaguely having my 4th birthday party at a local TV station show called Captain Gus that also showed cartoons. Cheap version of like Captain Kangaroo. I saw Captain Kangaroo when I was a kid. Didn't he have like a moose puppet and the other dude was like Mr. Green Jeans or something like that? I don't remember much more than that. That shit weirded me out when I was a kid. I was not a fucking fan of puppets, so I kind of missed all that shit. And then when I saw that Barney the dinosaur thing, one of my nieces or nephews was watching it as a child. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Barney fucking skeeved the shit out of me.
Sporting your Hitler mustache, did they try to send you to
Argentina?
Argentina?
No, they did not.
But they fixed all of the problems.
But the weird thing was I was sun-bleached blonde.
Jim was sun-bleached blonde. Now we're going to call back to the Hitler mustache, guaranteed. Jim's going to now describe how he was the ideal Aryan master race child. What happened to you, Jim? Now you're just a fat guy in your mother's fucking house.
At the time. And I had a crew cut. That's what, in fact, I have the same hairline as I did then, in a crew cut, just like now. So,
And you still have the Hitler.
Jim had the same haircut at 5 years old that he has now. Guess whose mother's cut Jim's hair his whole fucking life? GMK Tootsie says, who remembers the bicentennial quarters? It was all the coins, not the penny. It was nickel dime. No, it wasn't nickel dime. It was quarter, 50 cent, and the silver dollar were bicentennials. I have bags of bicentennial quarters. I got a lot of 50-cent pieces, too. Right now, I have, I think I'm getting close to like $500 in $2 bills. Wheatback pennies. Check your pennies. I picked up 5 wheatback pennies in the last 2 weeks, and I haven't seen a fucking wheatback penny in a long time. Laura Rader says, Barney was a purple singing demon. Hello, baby. Can't find the Ranger Tom show by Googling. Could you try Googling Armed Forces Network Ranger Tom show? Maybe try it that way. Laura Rader, 1976 quotas. There you go. Logan has it. Quarter, half dollar, and dollar coins. Alan Killian says Jimbo might have gotten his interest in news from his daddy's broadcasts. Good morning, Vietnam. It was mommy she was a newscaster, not a radio broadcaster. Daddy's gone. Daddy's out of the picture right now. It's 1976, and Daddy has just left to fight in the war that ended a year ago. Jim, what a sad fucking life. The saddest part is that you've had to cobble up so many lies to cover up the fucking truth. Just tell the fucking truth, Jim. Nobody gives a shit. Just tell the fucking truth. Don't waste everyone's time with these fucking ludicrous fucking stories you make up. Laura Rader says, didn't they totally revamp the Statue of Liberty for the bicentennial celebration? I never went. I was around, the New York City area and Ellis Island quite a bit growing up, and I never got. The Statue of Liberty was always fucking under repair. I never got to go. I've never been in it. Been Empire State Building. I was in the World Trade Center buildings. I've been in the Chrysler Building, all the way up top, observation deck several times. But never got to go up into the Statue of Liberty. I think they did do something to shore up the arm and prep the torch to light it for the bicentennial. I think the torch lit now? I don't know, my Statue of Liberty history. There you go, Shuggy. You could Google it, and then on your next live, with Mark the Sarcastic Dry Dick or Jim Below Felch, the pathologically lying clown, you could do some torch facts on the Statue of Liberty and tell me how I don't know my Americana. Uh-oh. Jesse VR says, apparently there was a Ranger Tom in the Yogi Bear show, which ran in the early 60s, but reruns in Puerto Rico would make sense. Yeah, he was a cartoon. Oh, okay. Well, nah. I don't know. I watch a lot of Yogi Bear. I watched enough Yogi Bear growing up to know that Boo Boo saying to Yogi, I don't think the Ranger's going to like this. And then everybody wanted to hear Yogi say, well, fuck the Ranger, Boo Boo. Yeah, I couldn't have told you what the fucking Ranger's name was. Maybe that is what he's talking about. But Jim said the Ranger Tom show. Like, who doesn't know that Yogi Bear was the fucking name of the show? I don't know, Jim was drinking a lot of fucking coffee back then. Hey, Shuggy, you busted my balls for smoking weed. Your boy up above you had a fucking coffee addiction at age 5. Or he's a pathological liar. Shuggy, why are you always hanging around with pathological liars?
Mustache.
All this,
You grew to like it.
What color are your
all
eyes?
this.
Blue, of course.
Oh my
Blonde-haired,
God.
blue-eyed.
I was a
It didn't
blonde
help.
hair.
It didn't help any that you walked around with a fucking goose step.
I didn't goose step. I didn't know.
This is
So
sort
I
of
had
thing that Harry
adventures.
would have, loved to have had when he was younger.
All I remember
What?
about Puerto Rico was the Bacardi distillery.
All I remember is they used to come around and spray for mites at night. They looked like little ice cream carts, but they were spraying poison. And if you were playing outside, it stunk to high.
Holy shit. Fucking poor Jim. Jim's dad left the house in 1976, and Jim got told the bullshit story that daddy went off to fight in the war, which ended the year before. Jim was then given a great fucking opportunity in life to leverage, and he was a known kid on the island of Puerto Rico, which would cause locals to come running up to Jim, pointing at him and saying things in Spanish because they recognized him, and it freaked Jim the fuck out, and he would cover his ears and run away screaming, "Help me, help me." It's no wonder why you're always in the fucking house now, Jimmy. Jesus. You know, Jim, those kid stars, they get exposed to stuff, and it might explain some things.
Hell. And also the crabs would come out of the sewer, or actually they'd come out in the morning, then go back in at night. So on the side of the streets, you'd have these little hermit crabs going up the hills. And this was on the Navy base. Also, all the houses had these very, very steep driveways. We're talking like a 75-degree angle. And I remember getting on my big wheel, and all I know is I decided I was going to go down one of these things because there was no stopping me. And when I woke up, I was in the middle of the street, and one half of the big wheel was up the other side of the driveway on the other side of the street, and the wheels were behind me in pieces, and I was just lying. I had been unconscious for a while in the middle of the street.
So, all right, let's go through this. Jimmy Finch's stories, he had celebrity and notoriety. I mean, he's not indicated anything that would have us believe that he's not still 5 years old, but this amalgamation is getting fucking weird. Jim was exposed to celebrity at a young age, couldn't handle it, freaked him out. Now he's a homebound fucking fat boy. Jimmy was exposed to the actual airborne fogging of pesticides to, Jimmy said, handle mites. It would probably be mosquitoes, but it could be mites too. And why would your parents allow you to be outside while fogging was going on, which is literally to take chemical poison and mystify it so that, things couldn't fly up away and get away from the poison. They had to fly through the poison cloud. And Jim claims it stunk to high heaven. So Jim was out there just breathing the shit in. Where the fuck are your parents, Jim? They just don't seem to give a shit about you. Next, we have the tragic big wheel accident. What's missing from the big wheel accident story? Anybody? Bueller? Exactly, Laura. Just like crop dusting. Yeah, you bring your fucking... They would actually announce that they were doing that shit, on the evening news and tell people to make sure their kids were inside. And yet Jim was fucking outside. What's missing from the Jim Big Wheel story? Was no one listening? Do I have to roll back again? Let me roll back on the Jimmy Big Wheel story. Can anybody pick up on what's missing from Jim's story.
So I decided I was going to go down big. Also, all the houses
Jim gets a big wheel in a hilly neighborhood.
had these very, very steep driveways. We're talking like a 75-degree angle. And I remember getting on my big wheel, and all I know is I decided I was going to go down one of these things because there was no stopping me. And when I woke up, I was in the middle of the street, and one half of the big wheel was up the other side of the driveway on the other side of the street, and the wheels were behind me in pieces, and I was just lying. I had been unconscious for a while in the middle of the street. So
Jim was unconscious in the middle of the fucking street due to a big wheel accident in a hilly neighborhood. Like Jim just, I understand why Jim was always in the fucking house. Alan Killian, I asked what's missing in Jim's story. Alan Killian says an ambulance ride. Absolutely, Alan. That's definitely missing. I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you. When he said he was unconscious in the street for a while, what I thought was Jim doesn't have any friends. Where's the fucking friend running home to, where's the friend who's, I come to and my friend slapping me in the face and saying, oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay? That's missing. The friend, that's also the same friend that runs frantically home, waving his arms and shit. Help, Jim hurt himself. And gets Jim's mommy. Jim has no friends. Jim's all fucking alone here. Jim's a kid all alone. I don't remember being alone at 5, 6, 7, 8, ever. I don't remember being alone. If you walked out the door of my fucking house, there were 3 or 4 fucking kids on the side street, always. Older kids, younger kids, kids your own age. You're never fucking outside alone. There was always somebody around. Jimmy's all by himself. All by himself. So poor Jimmy, who's a 5-year-old caffeine addict, who's probably got some sugar issues too, because he's putting an inch of GM Tootsie in the side chat says, I still sleep with my big wheel. I never had a big wheel. I had a green machine. It had a side brake on it. Fucking awesome. It went faster than the big wheel, but the fucking wipeouts were a lot fucking harder. Laura Rader says, wait, let's get the redheaded stepchild says, dude, big wheels can get run over by a car and not break. They were pretty fucking indestructible, man. Alan Killian says 75-degree angle. Laura Rader says big wheels are indestructible, unlike Chili's dry faults. Nice fucking callback, Laura. Jim K says, I sleep with my big wheel. Laura Rader says, I'm telling you, cringy creeper from the moment of birth. No doubt why daddy ran away. Shuggy and Shiz are going to get mad at you for saying that. I only read it out, but I got to fucking agree with it. Alan Killian says, forget big wheels. Who else had a Fed tractor from Grand Auto? Not I, bro. Do you know what a big wheel is? Because I don't think you can really compare anything to a big wheel. Like a big wheel is a fucking unique thing. Legitimately, it's a tricycle, but it's laid down low, so you kind of feel like a Latino lowrider tricycle guy. The big wheel's fucking cool. I have no idea what a Fed tractor from Grand Auto is. I'm going to have to Google that shit now. Note to self, if you listen to the replay, please Google Fed tractor from Grand Auto. Redheaded stepchild says, the first thing you lose on a big wheel is the seat back. Fucking A, man. You definitely had a big wheel. Yeah, because it had 3 positions, right? So you could put it all the way up for smaller kids and all the way back for the bigger boys. Hello, baby says, I had a speed racer looking metal white pedal pump car. Fuck, nice. Do you still have it? I'll bet you that fucking thing's worth some coin right now. Misty Eyed Girl says big wheels were so awesome. I like the girls who were into the big wheel thing. Like my sisters didn't do big wheel. I would always get my sister's turns when we were in the, neighborhood with the kids because the big wheel wasn't mine. So I dig the chicks that were willing to get on the big wheel. Ellen Killian says #red. Hello, baby says my next door buddy had but a fire truck. Oh, the pedal pump car? Motherfucker, you would shit yourself if you knew what those things are worth today. Hello, baby said I had an inchworm. I remember that too. Green, the handles you held on the head were the antennas, but they were yellow. I remember that fucking thing too. I never had one, but somebody in my neighborhood had one. Misty Eyed Girl said, how did we get not run over on those big wheels? It's beyond me. I had a couple close calls, especially in my skateboard days. Logan Sandman, a.k.a. the redheaded stepchild, says, big wheel tricycles are still being made by Alpha International Incorporated of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The original 16-inch big wheel tricycle is also back in production. Fucking A, man. I want to get one of them for my son. We'll see if it's really indestructible or not, because if it can be broken, my son will fucking break it. Hello, baby says, and I want another inchworm when I get intended inheritance. We're going to have one made and use it in the house instead of a wheelchair. Fuck, nice. I like that. Hello, baby does not have the pedal car, or was it fire engine? No, or the inchworm. No, I sold it to my grandmother's brother, Uncle Jimmy or Joe, for his brat grandchild. I didn't want to, but my fam has no respect for my toys. Hello, baby. I have an oversized gym bag that was full of Legos. Basic blocks. There were mixed sets in there. The early Technique stuff where you built a 8-cylinder car that had rack and pinion steering, and when you rolled it, the 8-cylinder pistons would go up and down. And my older sister walked out the door with that shit from my parents' house one day and gave it to her fucking kids. And now they were given to my grandnephews. I'm never getting my fucking Legos back. I have my own son. My sister still won't give them back to me. Hello, baby. There are so many fucking Legos in that bag. It's insane. You can like fill a fucking room with fucking buildings with that shit. Hello, baby. They kept my art from them then, but gave away my toys. Fuck. No shit. Laura Rader said there was a wild range of safety for children's toys back in the day, from indestructible big wheels to lawn darts. Lawn darts are fucking awesome. You can still get them in the Philippines. They haven't gone safety crazy yet. I was I wanted to set up a horseshoe pit on my property in the Philippines, and I couldn't find. But I have to look when I'm in Manila again. I couldn't find a legit set of horseshoes, but there were fucking lawn darts. Everywhere I looked for horseshoes had fucking lawn darts. Misty Eyed Girl says, that coded friend out of 001, my brother is near your age and I'm a few years younger. so I had to play with him and his toys. I couldn't keep my little brother away from my shit. Oh, that's why you were riding the big wheel. I get it. I like a little tomboyishness in females. Like granola girls. GMK Tootsie says, anyone remember Delaware Punch? I do not. Oh, the Speed Racer got sold to the uncle. Fuck. He probably turned around and fucking sold that shit. Texas 18-wheeler fuel tankers in the 50s. I was getting a little bored with Jimbo's fucking stories, and I needed a break so I can mentally keep things sorted. Hello Baby says, no respect. I loved my toys. I had a lot of books that my mom, like National Geographic books that my mom gave away. And I had, I never met any of them, but I had relatives. It was my mom's cousin and her kids got like my fucking baseball, my baseball mitts. Like I had every baseball mitt I ever had because I played Little League all the way up to until I was out of high school. I had a catcher's mitt. I had a legit first baseman's mitt because you have a different mitt first base, if any, I'm sure you guys know baseball. And then a regular fielder's mitt. And the fucking shit was all gone. My footballs, I had some nice, quality pigskin footballs. They were gone. My 10-speed bike was gone. 2 of my skateboards were gone. I'm like, Ma. My mom's like, you're for my cousin's kids. They don't have money to buy shit. I was like, so you gave my shit away? My mom's like, you're not using your baseball gloves. And half of them don't even fucking fit you. So I worked out a deal where my golf clubs would never be touched. And my older sister's boy stole the fucking things from my parents' garage. Borrowed, and then they never get returned.
Yeah.
All
Explains a
Jim,
lot.
all these stories
Explains
explain
a
an
lot.
awful lot. It
Yep.
explains a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Phil.
There were no parental supervision back then.
So did you have like your own book?
Delaware Punch. Are you talking about the Hawaiian Punch guy? Laura Raider says, GMK, I'm right though, aren't I? Delaware Punch. That little short guy that reminded me of Barney Rubble, but wearing a Hawaiian shirt and straw hat. I think you're talking about the Hawaiian Punch guy, Delaware Punch. What the fuck? Now I'm all confused. Who talked about the Delaware Punch guy first? Sort that shit out. Let's get it right. Hello Baby says the Hawaiian Punch guy is him. The Hawaiian Punch guy's name was Delaware Punch. Laura Raider says Hawaiian Punch. Why are you calling him Delaware Punch? The fuck is going on here? Was his name legitimately Delaware Punch? Logan Sandman apparently had a full-size G.I. Joe with the pull string that made him talk. I never had a G.I. Joe. I had the $6 million man guy with the bionic parts that you put in his arm bicep and in his thighs, and you could look through the back of his head and his eye was like telescopic. Hello Baby now says no, Hawaiian Punch is Hawaiian Punch. Well, who the fuck is Delaware Punch? And why did you say the Hawaiian Punch guy is him? You're confusing the shit out of me. Was it Alan that brought up the Delaware Punch guy? I don't want to scroll through this shit. Whoever brought it up, come on. Explain. Explain. Misty-eyed girl says there was just a red fox in front of in my front yard screaming. It was so loud it scared me. I have a gray fox. It's in the neighbors have a big bank. The hill drops off in the front yard, and the bank is all covered in juniper. Like low-grow juniper, and there's definitely been a fox down in there for a year or two because we'll have little fox babies running around. And when the babies are around, if they're like on garbage night, I go out the front of my house to smoke a cigarette. If I bring the garbage cans outside because of this fox, I'll go out, stand on the back porch and smoke. Because if that fox is around the garbage cans and you go out there, this fucking thing will run right at you, making that fucking screechy sound. Hello Baby says, I meant Laura was talking about the Hawaiian Punch guy. Yeah, but somebody mentioned a character named Delaware Punch, which I never heard of before. Or maybe it's the weed. Clip that, Shuggy. Clip that. Clip that, Shuggy. Pink hand waving. How's your Jaffe cakes there, Shug man? I got 2 kilos of Jaffe cakes. Offcuts, of course, because I'm a fucking cheapskate. I bet you took a hell of a shit after you ate 4 pounds of Jaffa cake, you fucking weirdo. I'm just sitting on a toilet. My name's Shuggy. I'm just sitting on a toilet doing a broadcast. Eating a Jaffa cake. Stinking up the room. Laura Rader says, well, if I didn't have a cool logo that broke through walls or wore Hawaiian shirts and straw hats, it didn't make an impression. Alan Killian says, don't blame me for that one. I mess up enough on my own. You didn't do the Delaware. Who said Delaware Punch first? Was it Laura? Do I remember the Dixie cups with the jokes on it? What do you think fucking Lemon Tart is doing when she's in here? She's reading jokes off Dixie cups. Kool-Aid Man. Yep, he brought. Hey, Kool-Aid Man. I just thought of. Hey, Anthony. It's Wednesday. Spaghetti. The most Italian racist commercial ever. It's Spaghetti Day. I thought Wednesday was Spaghetti Day. Every day is Spaghetti Day. Laura Rader says, oh my fucking God, Cody. GMK brought up Delaware Punch. Pff, minus 100 fucking clout points for snitching, Laura. I'm going to tell Shuggy that you snitched on GMK.
Bunker back then?
I did not. But we had lots of secret places. I did not. Parental supervision?
Explains
Yeah.
all these stories explain an awful lot. It explains a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no shit, Shuggy. It does explain. It explains the neglect and the fucking abuse. When you're 17 years old and your teeth are rotting out of your head, you are being abused by your parents. You're not getting the dental, medical. How do your fucking teeth rot out of your fucking head? If you go into the dentist, like a parent's supposed to take their child to the dentist regularly, and you get hit with a bill for, like 4 fillings, you're going to be like, hey, man, hey, buddy, you got to start brushing your teeth, man. I can't be paying for this when you could just brush your teeth. And Jim's are rotting out of his head. That is straight up fucking neglectful abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
There were no parental supervision.
Jim had no parental supervision. Of course, when Jim hears me talking about it, or if he hears, like Laura Rader talking about it, or if he hears Shuggy talking about how Laura Rader was talking about Jim, having a pathetic childhood, Jim will just be like, no, it's all a joke. That's a character. Jim so wants to bring back the 17-year-old dead boy. It's only his teeth that are dead now.
Back then.
So did you have like your own bunker back then? Or?
I did not. But we had lots of secret places.
The bear garden.
Was one of your playmates named Eva?
No.
Did they teach you how to make? Did you have your own staff that made sort of bottle rockets?
And it wasn't like that episode of It's Always Sunny when Dennis and Dee discovered they went to Nazi youth camp. Every
More Nazi talk at the Welsh News, or at the Welsh News Network 2.0, home of the poop scoop.
summer with their crazy uncle. No, it was not that. It didn't happen. I miss that big wheel. It was.
You have a house.
It was like
a really big hill.
It was like a cheap knockoff. Like my dad got it from somebody because it wasn't like brand. It was like.
So right before Jim's dad bailed on the family, he bought Jim a busted up big wheel.
Someone put it together with screws after someone had previously destroyed it. That's why it sort of killed me. So anyway,
I can't wait to see Kadid's stream tomorrow. Oh my god!
You can't wait to see my stream tomorrow. This aired 6 days ago on June 21, 2024. We're just getting around to you, Mark. You're kind of fucking boring, but the lies are so deliciously obvious in this that we figured we'd show it.
He'll be restreaming this. Jim's a Nazi. Jim's a Nazi. This is.
I guess you got that wrong, Jim. My takeaway from your Hitler mustache childhood kindergarten experience was that, well, you had a cold sore, which is the herp, Jim. So makes you kind of wonder. Daddy's gone. You're 5, and you got a herp sore? It's not. I'm not distracted by the Nazi shit, Jim. I heard what you fucking said. There's no way you can trip, fall, and skin your lip so that the scab looked like a Hitler mustache without just fucking eviscerating your nose.
Proof. Where's my vacuum cleaner? I'm excited.
Jim, try to maintain your perverted nature. Be the fucking pervert you need to be. Don't include me in that shit, Jim. The fuck is wrong with you? Jim, what if you were just perusing the bread aisle at Costco and you're looking down at the breads and on the shelf, and you're looking at the middle shelf, and then you're going to move. You don't see what you want. So you're going to move over to the left, and you look up left, and then you take that one step, and boom, there I am. What are you going to fucking do? What are you going to do, Jimmy? What are you going to do? Cry?
His vacuum cleaner is going to be doing a salute.
Got some.
So they're now obsessed with talking about sex with a vacuum. Laura says, I just realized what watching really cool news reminds me of. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with no main character, just all the freaks with no real leader. Oh my God, that's fucking perfect.
Some attention attachments to use. I'm coded.
See what I mean? That's the fucking that's halfway between the Cope dog and the dead boy. Jim's dying to bring that 17-year-old dead boy character back. Jim, it's fucking simple, man. All it takes is a toenail clipper, which I'll bet you there's a whole fucking rack of in the Costco. Just slap you in the back of the head, grab your fucking tongue, clip. Just take that nail clipper and just clip the tip off. You'll be talking like a wispy little fuck the lift of your life.
Do you reckon you know that long, thin attachment that you'd usually use to like getting down to the crack of the sofa or something like that?
These dipshits
The
crack of
can't
the what?
stop talking about
Hang on.
having sex with them.
You mean the
Crack of the
crevice
what?
tool?
Well, the crack
Yes,
of
the
anything,
crevice
crack of the
tool.
sofa, crack. Just little skinny attachment.
Yeah,
Do
the
you
crevice
reckon-
tool.
Do you reckon he uses the Hoover on one end and uses that on the other?
Oh, I know
Oh,
what I
God.
got you now, Johnny.
No, on the other end, he's got a fire hose going.
Jesus, man. These guys just fucking. Hello, baby says, laying down. Entertain me. Good night. Later. Later, baby. Does that mean, what does that mean? Does that mean you can't manage both the Hello Baby account and the redheaded stepchild account simultaneously? If you go and lay down, actually go and lay down, Hello Baby, will redheaded stepchild stop posting? Inquiring minds want to know. Carte Blanche says, well, I see you guys have been partying without me. Blanche. Don't worry, Laura Rader's been on fire tonight. She carried your weight. And Alan Killian, Victor B, GMK, Hello Baby, Johnny Switch. Everybody's pulling their weight tonight. You're good, Cart. Jump in. Water's fine. Feel free to go easy tonight if you want. Everybody's fucking on point. Happy to have you here, Cart. Carte Blanche says, G Mark only guys with no dicks use the vacuum like that, hoping to grow it. Yeah, exactly. These guys are obsessed with fucking sexualizing a vacuum cleaner now. Carte Blanche, Logan managed to lock himself out of his Logan Sandman account. This is not the first time this year he's done it. So the redheaded stepchild account talking to you is Logan Sandman. Everybody's saying hi to Cart. GMK Tootsie says, hi, Cart. I didn't want to say anything on Muckster's show. Perhaps I was wrong. I have no idea what that's about. Laura Rader says, hand pink waving. Shuggy, you continue to prove you continue to prove how silly and stupid you really are, thinking you could intimidate myself or Carte Blanche into making us shut the fuck up. I think it's fucking hilarious that Shuggy's big fucking scoop on Laura Rader was that she had a theft charge of something in the neighborhood of a $50 item. Shuggy, your boy Dan stole $4,000 in the last month alone. What were you trying to do when you highlighted Laura Rader's, minor faux pas? What were you trying to do? Put into perspective how fucking evil Dan's thieving was? Don't forget, Shuggy, you helped him accomplish that. He didn't do that alone. You fucking helped him. Laura Rader says, I was just about to type that. I'm glad tomorrow is TGI Friday. I'm up way too late, but I already had half a day off today and don't want to sleep. Nice. Johnny Switch says, hey to Blanche. Cart says, he is dreaming at Laura Rader. 2 hours, 44 minutes. Let's do the intermission here. Anybody have a tune suggestion? We'll do a little intermission. I'm going to slip out, have a smoke. I have gone beverageless for the last 2 hours and 45 minutes. I need to get something to drink more than I need the cigarette, but I'm going to do both anyways. Anyone, Bueller, anyone have a suggestion on the music? Blood, Sweat, and Tears. There you go. What's the longest Blood, Sweat, and Tears song? 604. BTS. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. When I Die. 409. You've made me so very happy. I do fucking like that song. Dude, he gets pretty loose with his voice on that too. Spinning Wheel. What do we want to hear? I haven't heard Spinning Wheel in a long time. Cart. Misty-Eyed Girl suggested Blood, Sweat, and Tears. You said, oh, great song. That's not a song. Not Spinning Wheel? I love Spinning Wheel. All right, not Spinning Wheel. Laura Rader says. Carte Blanche is sending Logan Sandman video clips. Short ones, but they're video clips. God Bless the Child. Is that the jazz tune? Blood, Sweat, Spinning Wheel is in here. How is God Bless the Child? Is that the jazz staple, Misty-Eyed Girl? God Bless the Child is sort of long. It's 5 minutes. Are you okay with that tune? Johnny Switch, SRV, Cold Shot. Damn, that's a good call. You also sent it to Rebel. I didn't get it. Damn. Alan Killian says, Carte Blanche, new music suggestion. Too Much Stress with Steve Cropper, Brian May, Billy Gibbons. Ooh. I think I'm going to go with Spinning Wheel. You Make Me So Very Happy or Blood, Sweat, and Tears, God Bless the Child. Which do we want? Laura Rader says, LOL. Well, you pick for me. Do you want You've Made Me So Very Happy? I'm so glad you came into my life. I've heard that tune a million fucking times. All right, here we go. Commercial declare. Dead air. Dead air. It's got a tasty little horn thing. I don't know if this tune is long enough. I'll come back in a few minutes and then I'll put the other tune on too. I saw you typed with a Cockney accent. You make me so airy happy. So airy happy. All right, here we go. I'll be right back, kids.
I lost have loved before.
got mad and closed the door. But you said, child, just once more. I chose you for the one. Now we're having so much fun. You treated me so kind. I'm about to lose my mind. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. The others were untrue, but when it came to loving you, I'd spend my whole life with you. 'Cause you came and you took control. You touched my very soul. You always showed me that loving you is where it's at. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. Thank you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love you so much, you see. You're even in my dreams. I can hear, baby, I can hear you calling me. I'm so in love with you. All I ever want to do is thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. You made me so very happy. I'm so glad you came into my life. You made me so very happy. You made me so very happy, baby. I'm so glad you came into my life. I wanna thank you, girl, every day of my life. I wanna thank you. You made me so very happy. I wanna spend my life thanking you. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Thank you.
All right, I kind of fumbled away my time there, and I didn't get the opportunity to have a cigarette, which I do think I want to have. So I'm going to pick another tune. You wanted Colt? I can't. Oh, carte blanche. So Laura, is Shuggy still sitting on the wall where Humpty Dumpty fell from? All the king's horses and all the king's British intel men couldn't put Shuggy back together again. I want to hear. Really want to hear Spinning Wheel. Let's go with God Bless the Child. And I'll be right back. Look amongst yourselves.
Them that's got shall get, them that's not shall lose. So the Bible says, and it still is news. Mama may have, Papa may have. God bless the child that's got his own. Well, that's got his own. And the strong seem to get more, while the weak ones fade. Empty pockets don't ever make the grade, 'cause Mama may have and Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. And when you got money, you got lots of friends, they're crowding round your door. When the money's gone and all your spending ends, they won't be round anymore. No, no, no. And rich relations may give you a crust of bread and such. You can help yourself, but don't take too much. Mama may have and Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. You got lots of friends, they're crowding around your door. But wait a minute, children, when the money's gone and all your spending ends, they won't be around anymore. No. rich relations may give you crust of bread and such. You can help yourself, but don't take too much. Mama may have, and Papa may have, but God bless the child who can stand up and say, I got my own. Every child's got to have his own bell.
That commercial shit is annoying. Johnny Switch. That's a great picture of that red tractor. Is that you and your brother? Or is that like the grandkids? That's an old picture. That's got to be you. Oh. Should we play it? Can I share this? Hang on a second. Let me see if I can share this.
Begin. Arms up straight, time's begun. Start. She did 5 minutes.
Female Australian soldier versus male U.S.
With a squat at the end. I'll give you the correct time. It's 3 minutes. 15 seconds. Yeah, I'm come on, guys! Let's go! Yes!
15 kilos over the head, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. The Aussies beat the Marines. That's not the right one. You want the poop scoop. Dead. Back
Yeah, his
to,
mom is working
the poop scoop for 6/21, 2024. Jim Finch, Shuggy, Hank, Mark the Sarcastic, Dry Dick, and Dope Phil, who may have passed out. I believe they're going to start talking about my mother.
No, on the other end, he's got a fire hose going.
Yeah, his mom is working the fire hose.
My mom is working the fire hose. Jim, you're going to get a fucking visit if you keep this horse shit. You're going to get a visit, Jim. You're going to get a visit.
Are you done yet, honey?
They don't even need the hose.
This ought to clean you out.
The fire hydrant and just sit him on that.
Honey, you smell like dead flies again. Why don't you go get a bath?
That's supposed to be my mom telling me I smell like dead flies. Jim, here's a fucking question for you. What exactly do dead flies smell like, Jim? And how many dead flies are in your fucking house that you know what dead flies smell like? You kind of fucked up there, Jimbo. You delusional, abused, neglected fucking 5-year-old whose daddy walked out on you.
Oh my God, looking at that picture, he needed a bath. Oh.
Oh, Lord.
I think I
Oh.
puked in my mouth about 17 times seeing that.
But can you see it coming in the air tonight, Jim?
In the air tonight.
Oh Lord.
I can't sing.
I'll fix your singing voice, Jimmy. I'll make you a fucking soprano.
Thank God for that.
Thank God Rose went to bed.
Well, I know. So, what else has happened this week? Any other exciting shit?
Billy got a lawyer.
Yeah, an actual lawyer.
It may be a one-off lawyer, but he got a lawyer. He was.
Okay,
Rob.
hopefully his buddy thing will be dismissed now then.
Well, the judge in the ruling, the judge gave him a certain time frame in order to correct the record that he is actually filing. Well,
Because
Quite a while now.
well, the
Every time
Las
he has
Vegas
to
civil
shower.
and then Bond got to get to take the money. He's going to bill Chili for everything.
To give Chile 2 weeks of freedom.
But
Point
some- I am going to object to that. I don't think coded can last 30 seconds.
So Lemon Tart says they say that during sex you burn off as many calories as running 8 miles. Who the hell can run 8 miles in 30 seconds? Apparently I can run 80 miles in 30 or 8 miles in 30 seconds. They're obsessed with me sexually. It's getting fucking weird. Jim, I think if I put a good solid fucking licking on you in the bread aisle at the fucking Costco, I'm sure this horse shit will come to an end. You're pushing it, Jimmy.
Right. But no, so I mean, the last bit, it's going to, I think he'll take a plea deal. I really do.
no,
I don't.
If offered.
No,
You don't?
He's been
No.
offered plea deals for everything he's been involved with criminally, and he's refused.
But this is the first time he's been offered a plea deal after 100-something days in jail.
You're assuming Chile can learn.
What
Very
I
good
don't
point.
get
Sorry,
is
you're right.
he paid the bail to get out of jail. So he didn't want to wait, so he just paid the $640. So he's already paid the fine for this. It's just a matter of, does he get the money back and is he going to spend a couple of days in jail? But he already paid the fine that he would have had to pay if he just took the plea deal.
He's paid over the fine, isn't he? It's $500.
No, he paid. No, the fine was $640, and he paid the $640.
Did he, Jim? Is this like your fucking making coffee at 5 years old story, or is this more like your my daddy went off to fight the war in 1976 that conveniently for him happened to end in 1975? But you're a dumb fuck and you still believe that daddy went to fight in the war when really he went to get the fuck away from you. Laura Rader says, it's super pathetic that all these men sit around dissing Chili to feel better about themselves when Chili takes better care of himself and actually makes money doing what he does. You got a fucking point there, Laura. Yeah, good question, Logan. Redheaded stepchild, a.k.a. Logan Sandman. Get your account fixed. That's too much to have to fucking say. Logan says, how do you know, Jim? Were you privy to the plea negotiations? Those aren't public record. He just makes shit up, dude, if you haven't figured that out yet. He's been lying since he was 5 years old, and Daddy ran off to be with someone else. The same year that Jim got a Hitler-type herpetic cold sore on his upper lip. Recorded for posterity in Jim's kindergarten photograph. Now we need to go find Jimmy's kindergarten photograph and see if he had a scab on his lip. Laura Rader says, and it hurt me to type that Chili is better looking. Laura Rader says, Chili is better looking than any of you guys and made way more money off social media than the scraps Dan fed you guys. So you're basically saying that in the looks and money department, I would add in the fucking brains department too. Chili beats every fucking member of this panel. Surprise, surprise. We haven't heard much from Dope Phil tonight.
Because he didn't want to wait around.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't want to wait around for the judge. So he just paid it and got out. So this one's just messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Messed up.
Chili. Hello. And then I do
when you rely on ChatGHB.
Well, I know, and I do enjoy Turtle Boy's tweets from the courtroom. They're so incisive and insightful. They really are.
Shuggy enjoys Turtle Boy's tweets from the courtroom. They're so insightful. Has anyone heard these guys cover the fucking Karen Reed trial? There's nothing insightful about your coverage, Shuggy, or Jim's coverage, or Hank's coverage. In fact, 95% of it is straight up idiotic nonsense. Shug, who do you fucking think you are, right? As far as, you know, notoriety, money make, Turtle Boy beating you fucking hands down. Let me tell you what Turtle Boy isn't doing, Shuggy. He ain't buying 2 kilos of off-cut Jaffa cakes. And he's certainly not broadcasting while sitting on a toilet in a random fucking bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they went.
What is that?
They went from. He was saying that Karen Reed was posing with her parents when they were about to do the motion to dismiss. They were all laughing and having a good time, and this is in the bag until Lucky got on the stand, and then Russell got on the stand, and then fake Chris Farley got on the stand. And
are you going to report something that substantiates your claim, or are you just going to make fucking assertions, Jim? Who, what, where, when, and why? If you're not covering those, what the fuck are you doing?
he didn't have anything good to say anymore. He just said, we're going to win. But he didn't praise these people anymore.
I reckon that Dr. Russell knew about the court case.
Carte Blanche asks, does anyone think there is some repression going on with normal sex with Jimbo, Mark et al.? They call themselves the Pervert Posse. That should give you a hint.
Because she was a turtle rider.
He may have.
Shut you all up.
He may have.
Oh.
Now, Turtle Boys also claim that John O'Keefe was a turtle rider. That John O'Keefe used to listen to him and follow him.
And do you have information substantiating or refuting that claim, or you're just going to make another assertion, Jim?
So, yes, he's claiming that the victim was one of his fans.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You can't make this shit up, can you?
No, Shug, you can make this shit up because everything about you guys is made up shit. And the shit you say about other people is made up shit. Nobody's seen your fucking records of military service yet either, Shug. Not even the F3 people who you were claiming substantiated your military claims, validated them. They did not. What you showed, Dirty Hippie, was your fucking your Kentucky colonelship. Bro, the governor gave everyone that award who was a janitor during COVID. That award is given away for campaign contributions. You don't do anything to fucking earn it.
I mean, Turtle Boy is making money off of this. Number one, he's selling the merch like crazy.
Jim fucking hates people that make money on social media because Jim can't make any money on social media.
He's also got his legal defense funds that are somehow making more money than everything. This is the case that he's been trying to have for the last 3 years. He's got fame, he's got fortune, he's got a term in jail coming up. But he's got everything he ever wanted right now. So he should revel in this before they send him to jail.
When is his next hearing?
July either 10th or 11th, whatever day Trump's hearing is, that's the day. Turtle Boy has 2 hearings.
Oh my God, Jim, you're a fucking reporter? Yeah, I don't know, but maybe blah, 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 blah. Speaking of Trump, though, did anyone see the Biden-Trump debate tonight? Biden had definitely had an earpiece in, and he did not fucking look good. Trump looks old, too. He's starting to look it, but Biden fucking looked terrible, man. Anybody voting for Biden is just voting for the fucking captain to be removed from the fucking bridge and just let this boat go where it goes. Oh, man. I'm beginning to see why Mandy was able to dupe them all. Before Mandy duped him.
Across the street from each other the same day.
I bet as a
Great.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. They're going to be out of here by Tuesday with our
347.
347. So we need 153 to get to level 1. Let me see what screen it's on.
Jim's gonna open a Patreon account. Good luck getting a fucking 100 members, Jim.
Somebody tell us how many subscribers I have right now, please.
Jim Finch, reporter Jim Finch, doesn't even know the facts about his own life.
More than one? 347.
347. So we need 153 to get to level 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then another 500 to get to level 2 where we actually make money. Because level 1 is...
You need 500 people to make money? Jim, you better get a fucking job, dude.
Just super chats and memberships. And I will be working on our
money for
Patreon.
Google Daddy.
Yeah, I'll be working on our Patreon tomorrow and have that launched on Sunday, hopefully.
In 2 weeks. You'll have it launched in 2 weeks.
Oh, hey, Dope Phil woke up. Finally.
No, we already delayed it by a week. I just have to get time to sit down with it. But
just be chilly. In 2 weeks. Everything's in 2 weeks.
yeah, but he launches, then he takes money for it, and I haven't started taking money for the Patreon.
He launches. See what you just said, Jim? You're reporting fucking mindless goldfish. He launches, then he takes money for it. You haven't launched yet. So, of course, you can't launch because you can't take money for it. You're supposed to launch. It's a business, Jim. You're supposed to launch and then collect money. What do you want, Jim? You want the money before you launch? You'll never fucking launch. You'll be another Dan who just fucking, well, you can't really skip town because you got to stay in your mommy's house.
But the Patreon should be fun. I haven't even explored all the stuff we could do with it.
Okay.
Just like
Okay.
we have the merchandise store now.
So what you're saying, Jim, is you are so bad you're worse than Chili.
Yes.
That's
We have not discussed
At least
this,
he
but
admits it.
we will discuss it tomorrow in the paper because Tella Klein did a thing on Glenn Serio today.
Oh.
Did you guys know that Glenn Serio Sr. is also an auditor?
No, I did not know that.
His father is an auditor. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
wow.
that's Touche showed me the other day.
Brenda has a daddy.
I'm pretty sure, Laura, that when Biden turned to look at Trump, you could see a earpiece in his left ear. I thought I did. I'll have to look at it again now.
Yes, who is an
Where did I-
auditor,
There we go.
who does even worse audits than Glenn.
Is that,
How
I
do
would
you do
believe.
worse audits
Yeah,
than-
I couldn't believe that's possible, but okay.
They're boring as hell. That's why I haven't brought it up again, because they're just lame.
We might not bring you up again, Jim. You are fucking mondo boring. The redheaded stepchild, who is also known as Logan Sandman, says Jim has 362 subscribers for his YouTube channel. Who is going to pay Patreon prices for this? It's a good question. WNN was unsuccessful on Patreon, and he had 11,000 subscribers.
I mean, Glenn, at least, yeah, it's Emerson ICU
I mean,
audits.
yeah, in Infinite, at least with Glenn's audits, the only thing you bring up is your lunch. But
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
fuck's
from the
sake.
smell alone. And his father is just worse. And it was the same guy. Remember that live stream we covered where Glenn had some guy, old guy in the car with him, was like, God damn it, Glenn, you're going to get us killed.
Oh yeah.
That
That's
was
his
the same
father.
guy. That's his dad.
Oh wow.
God.
Yeah.
do you know,
Like father, like
there
son.
is actually there's only one difference I can see between a coded stream and a Glenn Serio
Oh, here we
stream.
go.
Glenn Serio, there's a danger that you will bring up your lunch. The problem with coded is that there is a danger that you will bring up your lunch while asleep, and you could choke and suffer death.
So if you listen to Coded while you're asleep, you could vomit up your lunch and choke to death. That's kind of fucking strange, Mark, and doesn't really make any sense and is definitely not funny at all. Laura Rader says, isn't Jim already using that stream element shit that Dan used? I think he has it. I think he did post it once or twice.
Death.
Yeah.
I'll bet you if Jimmy just stood on a, relatively busy street corner for how long is this broadcast? An hour and 10 minutes during, like between the hours of 4 and 6 o'clock. If he just stood on a fucking street corner with a tin cup, he would have a more lucrative fucking job than this YouTube shit.
You're right. Phil,
Adios,
who's the
Mickey,
other
I
father
be a
and son
public
all
health
continue? Phil, who's the
is
other?
that-
The
Is
other
that
father
Jason Gutterman?
got Jason Gutterman and watching The Watchmen.
Yeah, I thought it was Jason Gutterman and Watchmen. I think I was right, Jason Gutterman.
And you also have Afro Boy and his father.
And Jason Gutterman.
Well, his father
And Jason
isn't so much an auditor as he is just a big prick.
He's an auditor.
Hang on, we're talking about
But
Jason
also a
Gutterman.
big prick.
I think it was the Stream Elements stuff. It could have been a PayPal, Cash App, Venmo thing. I'm not sure because I don't recall them bringing up the highlighting the comment.
No, Afro Man's dad.
He's an auditor.
What?
No.
Shuggy might be.
He's older. He's older.
Yes. Everybody right now in the side chat. Hashtag Shuggy Daddy.
Daddy.
Shuggy Daddy. Shuggy Daddy. Mark can't even say Shuggy's name right. He says Shuggy instead of Shuggy. Fucking water-headed retard. Why are you calling Shuggy Daddy? That means he's giving you money and paying your bills to jam that marmalade-covered member in your back door. You creepy fucking weird, Mark.
Shuggy Daddy.
Well, I heard that Shuggy was Riot Girl Radio's daddy.
Oh. Answered that community post, did you, Shuggy?
Yeah, where she said she was gonna do stuff with more people. Now that was she single?
She's single now. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her fiance dumped her. Yeah.
This is a stupid cow that goes into DMVs with handwritten notices. Is that the one?
What did he call her? They're talking about a female, right? What did Shuggy call her?
Dumped her. Yeah.
This is a stupid cow that goes into
What kind of cow did he call her? Jesus, Shuggy. You're gonna get lectured by Shiz, Shuggy.
She's single now. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Her fiance dumped her. Yeah.
This is a stupid cow that goes into DMVs with handwritten notices. Is that the one?
Yes. And who DeCastro?
But at least she's going out and doing something, Shuggy. You sit on a fucking toilet while you do these broadcasts and call women stupid cows while you fucking shit up the room and jam Jaffa cake down your throat. It's kind of fucking gross, shoe guy. Shoe guy. Carte Blanche says, hey, the Poop Scoop Panel YouTube is not a dating site. Ask Laura. Laura says, LOL, he won't get lectured by Shiz, is my bat. I thought you were going to sleep, Laura. Shoe gay, says Jesse VR.
Went out to Boink and found out.
Chili went out to Boink. Listen to Jimmy's, the repression is here because Jimmy's talking. I'm just going to let this run. Listen to Jimmy's sexual references because they're very fucking childish.
Handwritten notices. Is that the one?
Yes. Who DeCastro went out to Boink and found out she had a boyfriend and wasn't interested, or lover,
Fiance,
or whatever.
Fiance
at the time. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God.
DeCastro went out there hot and horny to get her in her pants.
Wait a minute.
Her.
So Jim referenced sexual intercourse twice, and the way he said it was to boink. And then the second way he said was to get her in her pants. What the fuck does that mean, to get her in her pants? I mean, I understand the expression to get in her pants, but to get her in her pants? The fuck? Is that what mommy used to say to you, Jimmy? I'm going to get you in your pants.
Because LIA wouldn't save her. And came home disappointed. Number one, because she was like 3 inches taller than he was.
She's the one who lost in court and then cried.
Oh God.
Touche. It is an absolute possibility that Bobby Boy does have loads and loads of little socks running around the house.
Well, are they baby sized?
I can neither confirm nor deny, but that is what I've heard. Yes.
Okay, so they're like baby size. They fit on his thumb and his dum dum.
You'll have to ask.
No, he just called a penis a dum-dum. The fuck, Jim? What's wrong with you that you can't talk like a fucking adult?
Codedfriend.002.
Okay, they fit on his thumb and on his dum dum.
Okay, so that right now they're talking about me. Mark said Bobby Boy, so I'm assuming they're talking about me because they just referenced the sock account. That's codedfriend.002. This is where Shuggy fucks himself over.
They fit on his thumb and his dum dum.
You'll have to ask codedfriend.002.
Okay, they fit on his thumb and on his dum dum.
That's who I got the
Oh,
information from.
God.
From Coded Son.
Right? Now they're saying this codedfriend.002 is my son. It's his account. Pope Phil's talking about my son. Let's see where this goes.
Mm-hmm.
Whom Coded refuses to recognize because, you know.
I refuse to recognize my son. Same old fucking horseshit. You're talking about my son.
Oh, he's a great father.
Banned from his
Father of
chat.
the year there. Father of the year.
Wait. What's going on with Coded Son? I haven't kept up with this stuff.
Now Jim's talking about my son. Keep doing this shit, you're gonna get yourself fucking.
Anyway,
He's got a new account on YouTube called codedfriends.002.
So Shuggy's now talking about my son having a new account on YouTube. You don't talk about my son, right, Shuggy? You don't talk about him. You're encouraging people to talk about him. You're enabling it. You're talking about my son and you're setting up enabling others to fucking talk about it. Just like you enabled the grift at WNN, you little Chinese whisper fucking butt fuck boy.
He's got a new account on YouTube called codedfriends.002.
yes.
And then came into the side chat one day. Can you help me find my daddy? I lost my daddy.
Oh, Mark just used the "you hurt me" voice. I'm no longer going to go out, Miss Mandy, and hurt people for you because you hurt me. Pathetic little fucking simp.
Oh.
And
I'm getting flashbacks to the Doctor Who episode. Are you my daddy?
And of course, the biggest culprit of that line is Chili. You're not my daddy. You can't tell me to do that. Fucking watch me.
Oh, was that a tough guy line from Chili or from Shuggy? Oh my God. Shuggy's going to tell Chili what to do. Let's listen to Shuggy. This is Shuggy being a tough guy.
And of course, the biggest culprit of that line is Chili. You're not my daddy. You can't tell me to do that. Fucking watch me.
I would love to watch you tell Chili to do something face to face, Shuggy. Shuggy, Chili would literally pick you up over his head and break your back on his fucking knee. You weigh like fucking what? 90 pounds? And that's after you've ate 4 pounds of fucking Jaffa cake and haven't taken your fucking steamy room stinking shit yet. Chili would fuck you up, Shuggy. Fuck you up. You know how I know? Because Chili's an American male and you're a sheep shagging, Scottish skirt wearing fag boy.
He even said that in his last stream.
He did, didn't he?
Coded was asking me the other day where my children are.
Yeah, you were commenting about my kid, Mark, and I asked you where your kids were. Where are your kids? Are they drying up in a sock somewhere? Because, you can't have kids when you're calling Witch of Heart your wife and you're obsessing over a fucking digital image on a screen, which, by the way, Mark, Witch of Heart is a fucking pig. She's a pale-skinned, anemic, sickly-looking, getting fatter literally by the day pig.
Right.
The all lies one.
And you said in your mom's mouth.
Oh,
And some
Ha ha ha. Again, you're talking about my mom, Jim. You're lucky I'm going on vacation. So you got 4 weeks, dude. And then get ready. Hold on, baby. I'm coming. Laugh it up, funny boy. Your fucking jaw gonna be wired shut, shit dick. Victor B says, Coded, you must record the day you actually go to meet Jim Blue. I have already made plans for that. I got a buddy or two. We'll cover like 2 angles. It's gonna be just a random walk up. And in fact, I'm gonna, hang on his periphery and let him realize I'm there. And then we'll see what the fuck happens. I bet he cries. I'm gonna be filming you, Jimmy, when I show up, so that's why I'm going to meet you in the bread aisle at the Costco, where you apparently like to get stuck, Jim.
Somewhere,
Right,
somewhere
Mark?
in between
That's what you said.
somewhere in between your mother's tonsils and her stomach.
I think I
Stuck in
just
the back
barfed
of
a
your
little
mum's
bit.
throat.
oh dear.
You're welcome, Coded. You're welcome, Coded fans, for that.
Well,
bit
Coded
of,
can
Oh, Mark is now addressing everyone that listens here. So you guys might want to pay attention. I think he's going to talk some shit.
You're welcome, Coded. You're welcome, Coded fans, for that.
Was
bit
Coded
of,
conceived during anal sex?
Could be.
Hank, I guess your dad never sat you down and talked about the birds and the bees with you. And these crazy references are odd coming from a guy who keeps his dead wife in the upstairs bedroom.
Could be.
I'm not going there. It's just too terrifying to think about, if I'm honest.
You're not going there, Shuggy. You already went there. Fuckstick.
Yeah,
So-
even I'm contemplating not going there because that's.
So we discussed last week. Who has plans for next week?
Well, we discuss this every week, and then we decide that we don't act.
Carte Blanche, how sexist of you. Carte Blanche says these guys are creepy, so creepy. But they contact young girls on the net like Firefighter. I think you have the wrong. I think you have your genders mixed. But I'll guarantee they're young boys that identify as young girls. Right, Jimmy? The old vanilla ice cream incident. We know a little more about that.
Well, we usually come up with a plan, and then we do something completely different to that plan. I don't think we followed one plan.
Well, I'm picking. Well, next week I'm actually picking up 3 new shotguns, so that's going to be fun.
Shuggy's picking up 2 new shotguns next week. Finally strong enough to lift them, you twinkish little fuck. Shuggy, you're going to need more than 2 shotguns. You going to walk around in the fucking street with your shotgun, Shuggy? Maybe I can prove to you I know where your fucking house is by alleviating you of one of your 2 new shotguns.
Yeah, so give me 5.
The redheaded stepchild, aka Logan Sandman, says 4 10s, Shuggy. Shuggy's more like a birdshot guy. Let's see Shuggy hunting anything. Maybe a pheasant or a fucking quail. Something that Well, I would say can't attack you, but I could see Shuggy running from a pheasant.
Next week, I am probably going to sleep more.
Good.
There will be rioting if Karen Reed.
Jim's gonna sleep more? How the fuck can you do that, dude? You sleep all day as it is. You know how I know? Because you ain't got a fucking job.
Is found not guilty or guilty, not guilty.
Right.
Either way,
Right.
either way, there's going to be
Either way.
either way.
At some
Between the-
point, Turtle Boy will have his penis out outside, screaming for Karen Reed. Like
Now, why, Jim? Why are you talking about Turtle Boy's penis? And listen, look how graphic these guys are gonna get.
the John Cusack in the movie with the boombox. It'll be
Say anything.
yeah, it'll be Turtle Boy trying to stretch his
with the
and
lawnmower.
not getting.
So it'll be like John Cusack in the movie Say Anything, holding the boombox up, but in Jim's mind, it's Turtle Boy pulling his tiny pud. Jesus Christ, Jim. Your deep-seated desires are fucking leaking out your mouth, son.
Getting more than 2.5 inches. So
I'm thinking more of the Paperboy from Better Off Dead.
there you go. Where's $2?
Where's my $2? Where's my $2?
So hang on a sec. So Jim, next week they expect close the arguments over and the jury out by when? Tuesday, and deliberate Wednesday. Is that the plan
That
at the moment?
That was according to Turtle Boy.
This is fucking riveting conversation.
Oh, okay. So it's wrong then.
So it'll be Friday then.
Well, the
And
only other possibilities are the
Oh, hold the show. Shuggy's with us. Is this country, the moment you break into a gun cabinet, it's armed robbery? I don't give a fuck, dipshit. What do I fucking care? What do I care, Shuggy? I'll come take one of those from you. I have no fucking problem with it. No fucking problem with it. Don't forget, Shuggy, I know where you fucking live. Don't forget, dude. You want to do the shit you're doing, talk the shit you're talking, bring my mother. You're talking about my fucking mother in a sexual sense, Shuggy. Shuggy, I'm going to fill that barrel of that shotgun with Jaffa cake, and I'm going to put it where you want it to be, buddy. I'm going to fill that fucking gun with Jaffa cake, and I'm going to put the barrel of that gun where you really fucking want it to be. You're talking about my mother, Shug. Now your fucking wife's in play. Now that bitch-ass fucking cunt is in play. I'm going to get pictures, Shug. I know where you fucking live, dude. You need to get your shit in order. If you're going to play out of bounds, I'll go there with you. I will take one of your new shotguns, Shug. I will fill the barrel of it with Jaffa cake, and I will shove it where you desire it to fucking be. Yeah, Shuggy, and what's all the dog poop talk about? Fucking weirdo. Shuggy, where's Dan and the fucking money that you two guys stole, Shuggy? I don't give a fuck if Shug, what do I care about an armed robbery charge if I'm breaking into your fucking house? Why would I care? At that point, literally, ask yourself, why would I fucking care? You know, just run it through your head, hypothetically. What do I care what I'm getting charged with if I broke through your fucking front door? Obviously, I don't fucking care. You ought to go back and listen to the shit you said about my mother now. There's just no end with you, Shug. This is who you are. This is who you are. Out of bounds, foul, all to instigate a reaction. You're not going to like the fucking reaction you get, Shuggy. You're not going to like the fucking reaction. I can get on a plane. I can fly over there. I can enter your fucking address into a fucking Google Maps program application. I could be at your fucking house. It's not that fucking hard, Shug. You went to Dan's house, right? Shug, you went to Dan's house uninvited, right? You were with Irish Demon when Irish Demon went. So you've already set the fucking precedent for showing up at someone's house uninvited. You won't be able to cry foul if I ring your fucking doorbell. So in the future, Shug, if your doorbell rings and you're not expecting company, you better bring your fucking shotgun to the door with you. You showed up at Dan's house uninvited. You've set the precedent, Shug. You can't cry foul of me if I show up at your house. You're talking shit about you're sexualizing my mother, right? And you're doing it to get a reaction. I don't want to disappoint you, Shug. I want to give you the fucking reaction you're looking for. And if you're out with the missus, maybe grocery shopping, where she's like, Shuggy, go get a can of fucking sardines. And you're like, okay, honey. And you fucking waddle off like the little fucking twink boy that you are, getting the shit she instructs you to pull from the shelves, you fucking errand boy. And while you're gone, I somehow find myself inside your house. Right? You've already set the precedent, Shug. You went to Dan's place uninvited. You brought people with you when you went there because you're a fucking coward. So if I brought two of my friends to your fucking house, you going to cry foul, Shug? You've already done it. You set the precedent. You need to start thinking about what you're fucking doing, Shug. Because when you get played the way you play, you cry like a fucking baby. And we're getting to the point, you, Shuggy, went to Dan's house. So we're getting to the point where you should expect that I knock on your fucking door one day. And if you happen to be out, and the door happens to open, you might come home and find me inside. Who knows, Shuggy? Who knows? But you can't cry about it because you already not only went to Dan's house, but you, Shuggy, the driver, picked up people and brought them to Dan's fucking house. I don't give a shit about you. I don't give a shit about Dan. But I watched the way you behave, Shuggy, and I know you'll be the first bitch fucking crying if I did to you what you did to Dan. And you can't complain about it because you fucking did it, dumbass.
Seven Tarts, exactly
Two
right.
FBI guys, right?
Hits win every time.
But potentially, Lally might get to have a witness to rebut.
Boobies,
Dr.
rock
Russell,
hard
no?
nipples.
What about your rock hard nipples?
Now they're sexualizing
pretend I
each
didn't say
other,
that.
these fucking weirdos.
Who's rock hard nipples?
It was
It's
Lemon
just
Tart's fault.
Mark's
She started talking
just
about
ready for a
boobs.
milking.
Well, get Witch in the room and she can milk him.
Oh no, come on, that's even worse. No, so
So, witch milking Mark's nipples is worse than what, Shuggy? You doing it? Because you're all about the man-on-man thing. You prefer a hairless backside, but, you know, times are desperate. You'll take what you can get. Shuggy, come out of the fucking closet. I'm going to bring this shit to your... Does your son listen to the fucking shit you broadcast, Shuggy? I'm going to play it for him. I'm going to ask your son what he would do if I was talking about his mother the way you were talking about my mother. And then whatever your son recommends, I'll maybe take his advice. Like, I'll just play your voice and I'll just be like, hey, dude, what would you do if I talked about your mother like this? You know what he's going to say. He's going to say, I'll wallop you in the fucking mouth. And I'm going to be like, hey, man, you want to get your father for me? And then your son will be able to see your 18-year-old young adult son. He's an adult, Shug. He's an adult. He will witness you behaving like the fucking pussy boy coward you are. You stolen valor, little fucking piece of shit. You're talking about my mother in a sexual way, Shug. Why? Because you're upset because I called you out on not showing proof on your claims that you were in the military. And of all the people I've seen or know on YouTube, you, my friend, after your little faux pas of validating grifter stolen valor Dan, you should be the first one running to show your fucking papers. But you don't have papers to show, right, Shuggy? Right? That's the problem. That's why you're so fucking annoyed by me. I ain't going away, Shug. I am not going away. And I may be coming too. You gotta start thinking about that running mouth of yours, Shuggy. Otherwise, your son is gonna find out that you're a fucking pussy boy, yellow-streaked fucking coward.
But Jim, Lally might be able to get a rebuttal witness.
I've got to change my picture now. There we go.
Yes. But
oh, Shuggy, Victor B would like to know if you've found your fucking balls yet. Get ready to be Jaffa caked. The listeners are coming up with they're codifying their ideas of what it means to have been Jaffa caked. Oh, when we get that definition hashed out, Shuggy, my man, you're gonna get Jaffa caked. And I think it's gonna have to something to do with a shotgun barrel stuffed full of Jaffa cake and where that barrel finds itself. But you're the pervert posse, right? So, taboo things and sacred things that most people, steer clear of fucking sexualizing. You're all right in there on it for it. Don't give me your bullshit that Dan was the only member of the pervert posse. You were too, Shuggy. Shuggy, you're still talking to Dan. Shug, you're still talking to Dan. And Becca doesn't know that you're talking to Dan. Jesse VR says, hey, Shuggy, boo. Don't do that. You'll scare the Jaffa out of his rectum. Shug, you want to live a life like fucking Kari T? Is that what you're looking for?
Jim, Lally might be able to have a rebuttal witness for Dr. Russell, no?
He might, but does he really need one after today? She did absolutely nothing.
I don't think so.
I mean, he could put her on just to dunk on her, but I don't think she helped. Even though Turtle Boy is saying that, they were writing notes and notes and notes about this woman, and they respect her so much. She looks like Kate Middleton from, or not Kate Middleton, Kate, what's her name from SNL? McKinnon.
There is a comment by moderator. Well, everybody here is a fucking moderator. Mrs. Tom says, hide your kids, hide your liquor. Shuggy's in town.
McKinnon from SNL in a fat suit and makeup.
Oh, hey, Shug, I'm not interrupting any fucking stimulating conversation on the fucking poop scoop panel. Shug. Maybe I'll bring Laura Rader with me, that hardened criminal Laura Rader. Why is Mrs. Tom saying to hide the kids? There is a pedo undertone perversion that was there at Welsh News Network. Dan counseling Becca's 19-year-old son to get drunk more often. There's a whole fucking grooming thing going on here. Shuggy's part of this shit. You're always around it, Shug. You are a fly that buzzes around the shit pile of pathological lies. Dan was a pathological liar. Listen to the fucking stories Jim told here. Jim's a fucking pathological liar. Mark the sarcastic, stolen valor, Walter Mitty, RAF pilot, med boarded out, right? That's what it is when you're released for medical reasons. How Kaiserish. Why is it, Shug, that none of you Brit boys will show your, I understand you don't have laws against stolen valor. I get it. We do. We do, Shug. We do. You're broadcasting into a predominantly American market owned by an American company. And you're pretending to be fucking military. Pretending. The evidence, Shug, it's pretty simple. The evidence that you guys are pretending is your unwillingness to show any official documentation. Shug, the only thing you've shown anyone that could even be remotely linked to military is your Kentucky colonel bullshit. Is there a hardware store near your place, Shuggy? I'll just buy like a fucking 2-pound ball peen hammer. Fucking things open doors beautifully. Do a hell of a job on the fucking middle knuckle on the pinky finger too. Really makes dexterity difficult.
Who did we introduce? Shuggy, you and I introduced somebody to Pippa Middleton's bottom. Who was
Kate Middleton's bottom?
No, I think
The fucking Shuggy's gonna make a weirdo comment about just like Shuggy's perv switch gets flipped over the sight of a woman who doesn't have visual panty lines or visible panty lines.
sister
Pippa,
Pepper.
sister. We introduced somebody in the side chat one day to her sister's
I can't remember now. Oh God, that was at the wedding, wasn't it? In that dress.
Yeah.
Wait,
And
she's got a hot
people did-
sister?
People didn't
Well,
believe us. What have you never seen Pippa Middleton's bottom?
No,
Her bottom. You can't say ass like a man. You have to act like a fucking baby child. What will Witch of Attic Fire scold you, simp boy?
don't tend to look at Royal's
it was
bottom.
Becca. We introduced Becca to Pippa Middleton's bottom.
Was it? Yeah, in the
Sorry,
dress
Jim.
that she wore as a
Go on.
bride.
Cart just volunteered to come along. Let's see. Shuggy brought 2 people, which means I can bring 2 people. I would definitely bring Laura Rader and Carte Blanche. I would love to just be walking down the street with Carte Blanche and Laura Rader and just walking toward you, Shuggy, like, having watched you for a week or 2 and get your fucking daily routine and your route down, and then just happen to be walking up the street with a beautiful Aussie and a beautiful Texas girl on each side of me. And when we're about 50 feet from you, just give Laura the nod and have her break 2 steps ahead and just start fucking bitching at you. I guarantee you turn and run. Guarantee. Good thing you're getting 2 new shotguns, Shuggy. Cart, and they'll make wonderful gifts for my lady companions. Because Shuggy, I mean, if we approached you on the street and told you we were going to do this every day, unless you go home and get those shotguns and give them to me as a gift, you'll go home and get the shotguns and give them to me as a gift, and then I'll give one to Laura and I'll give one to Cart. And you know what we'll do? We'll go to the nearest large body of water and just throw them in the fucking water. Dickweed. Get your fucking shotguns, Shuggy. You're going to fucking need them. I will have probably one of those New York Yankee souvenir bats, the small ones. That's probably all I need. I mean, if there's a hardware store around, I'll pick up a 2-pound ball peen hammer, because that's, you know, what we like to call in the industry a persuader.
Go onto Google right now and Google.
No. This is a trap, because Rose is listening. Rose is listening 12 hours later, and I am not doing that. I am not Googling. What's her name? Pippa Middleton's bottom. I am not saying, "Hey Google, show me a picture of Pippa Middleton's bottom."
Jim,
Hey Alexa, show Pippa Middleton's bottom.
Hey,
Show me the bottom.
Show me the bottom.
Jim, put it this way: it was national.
This is conversational talk, Jesse VR. I don't have conversations like this. I have much better, higher level of intellect conversations, especially if I was with 4 of my friends. Jesse VR says, all conversational speech. How boring that they only have tall tales and bullshit to offer. Right? Jim, the 5-year-old coffee making, newspaper reading, bitching about Richard Nixon, who, I don't know where you were, Jim, but Nixon wasn't around when you were 5. He was out of office. So he wasn't on the fucking nightly news. And then your daddy went off to the fucking fight the war a year after the war ended. Where was your dad, Jim? Do you even know? And your teeth were rotting out of your fucking head at 17. That's not because of sugar from coffee, Jim. That's from the poor hygiene. Which, by the way, Jim, I don't know if you realize this or not, but your parents fucking neglected you. Yeah, I do remember that, Cart. Cart says, oh my God, oh my fucking God, this is a conversation that teenage boys have before they start to mature. Well, all of everyone on this panel suffers from developmental retardation. Oh my God, he said retardation. Carte Blanche says, remember when Shuggy said that he and Dildan only told lies as conversational speech? I do remember that. That's how Shuggy was like, well, there's conversational speech and then there's factual speech. Fuck. Smoke blowing little fucking weasel boy. All your military stories must be conversational speech, Shuggy, because you weren't in the military, Shuggy. Does your son know that you're pretending to be a fucking naval officer, gone Army Intel Corps? Does your son know that you pretend to be this shit? Has your son seen you cosplayed up there, Shuggy? Maybe when he was a little younger than he is now.
It was global TV. The wedding of the year. The bridesmaid's dress was very, very tight, and there was no VPL.
The bridesmaid dress was very tight, and there was no VPL, visible panty line. So, look, if you're female and you're around Shuggy and you don't have a visible panty line, you had better be careful, because Perv Boy's Perv switch has flipped. Shuggy, have you ever forced yourself on another person? Have you ever forced yourself on another person? Because, Shug, you're starting to strike me as a GHB kind of guy.
Enough said.
Put it this way, it stole the show.
Stole the
Almost, yeah.
show.
That's
And
all we had.
how
Thank you, Logan. That makes them feel more like 4 for $26.99, unfinished. Kind of makes it feel like a, disposable item you would just throw away after the task was completed.
Front page is the next day was Pippa Middleton's.
But exactly. Who's now a happy married woman? Well, a married woman.
A married
And
woman,
how long?
not happily.
How long? Yeah.
Well,
how long?
It is the royal family, so
Shuggy's merch store is going to have 100 fucking mini bats in it, and each one is going to be sold under the same marketing ploy. Coded smacked me in the fucking head with this. You get a picture of Shuggy with 100 lumps on his fucking head. All the bats are numbered. All the lumps are numbered. Come on, Shug. You could make yourself, well, I'd make good money, but you could make yourself an easy $75, $80.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Got nothing to do with the royal family. It's Pippa, not Kate. Sister. Bridesmaid, not bride.
Shug, I hate to break this one to you, but you non-Christian, Satan-worshipping fucking retard. The worst thing you can do as Christianity is show favoritism to a person. Partiality. Shug, I hate to break this to you, but there is no such thing as a royal family. Oh, well, that's the whole deal, is like your culture is based on pure fucking delusion. Men randomly deciding criteria to elevate men over men. Shuggy, if it came down to just being in the fucking square and having to get the work done, you're not the fucking guy. You are not the fucking guy. Now, if you needed the MREs counted at Camp fucking Dry Dick, you're the fucking guy. You're the guy. Because you would raise morale at Camp fucking Dry Dick while you were counting MREs on hand.
How long do you think the jury's going to be out for?
Hey, Jim, check Discord.
In the side chat, Lemon Tart says, "Thank you, Coded, for your order from our sex shop. You asked for the large red dildos featured on our wall. Please select another project. This is our fire extinguisher, another product." Wow, that fucking Lemon Tart. That's just, you're a sour puss. Jesse VR says, "But Dan told him and Blecka in confidence that he was the last lost Prince of Wales." Shuggy actually giggled at that because Shuggy's grandma had told Shuggy he was the last lost Prince of Wales, and they had secreted his lineage away so that they couldn't be killed also, and they raised him up here in Scotland, home of the fucking skirt-wearing muffin tops. Shuggy, what's it like to have bones made out of peanut brittle? Jesse VR says, "And when Dan told Shuggy that he was the lost Prince of Wales, Shuggy solemnly nodded in agreement." Life is just a fantasy. Can you live this fantasy life? I think we need to in and out with a little Aldo Nova during the Shuggy expose. All right, I got to wrap this up. I need to go to bed.
I think it's going to.
Is one of these guys rubbing one out? What the fuck? Listen, can you hear that?
I think
What? I think Shuggy's rubbing one out. Listen.
I
Fucking Shuggy's rubbing one out. Listen close. Can you hear it?
I think it's going to take them a while to establish whether it was snowing or not. The amount of evidence that they've heard as to that fact.
Wait. Shuggy might not have been rubbing one out. That might have been a penis pump. Let's listen to it again. Is this Shuggy rubbing one out, or is this a penis pump? Shuggy might be. It might be the, that one night a month where Shuggy has to throw the missus the old bone. So he's tired of her going, "What's this half-hard flaccid fucking thing?" So she bought like, dudes who are kind of fucking assholes will buy, their wife a fucking vacuum for Christmas. Shuggy's wife bought Shuggy a fucking penis pump for Christmas. I'm sick of that half-hard flaccid fucking thing. What do you mean you won't pay for Viagra? Pump it then, you fucktard.
I think it's going to take them a while to establish whether it was snowing or not. It's going.
All right, listen. Yeah.
I think it's going to take them a while to establish whether it was snowing or not.
God damn it! Logan throws a third variable in. For Logan, it sounds like a dog licking peanut butter. Holy shit, it could be Hank. We could have been wrong about Shuggy. Let's listen one more time. It could have been Hank. I wish I could fucking bring the volume up.
The amount of evidence that they've heard as to that fact.
Oh, Logan, I think you're fucking right. Oh my God, Logan. Logan may have nailed it. It might not be. Does Shuggy have a dog? Shuggy doesn't have a dog. Jim doesn't have a dog. Mark doesn't have a dog. So this is either Hank or Dope Phil. That is definitely a dog licking peanut butter.
The amount of evidence that they've heard as to that fact.
It's that sound right there. You can
Evidence that
hear
they've heard
it.
as to that fact. Evidence that they've heard as to that fact.
It's at like 54:29.
That fact.
Yeah, 54:30 right there. You can hear the dog like
Mrs.
swallowing
Thompson.
the peanut butter.
Mrs. Tom says 6 hours, maybe. If they ignore
So
if
a
they
day.
ignore all of the extra people that
Speed time.
snowing.
Maybe that's why Dope Phil has been so fucking quiet. You think Carte Blanche thinks it's coming from Shuggy? Does Shuggy have a dog? It could be a penis pump. We're back to the
3
penis
days,
pump.
says Gia.
Interesting. So we're split. Speed time.
Snowing. If they ignore Mrs. Tom says 6 hours, maybe. If they ignore
So
if
a
they
day.
ignore all of the extra people that
Speed time.
snowing. 3 days, says Gia.
Interesting. So we're split.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm going to hazard a guess to say it'll be. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm going to say it's going to be within the day. I don't think it'll be an overnight job.
Hang on.
Fucking wrong, Mark. So much for your fucking law student thing.
Is it laying on the table?
I think it's going to be at least one full day of deliberation.
I can't believe that the defense is resting on three.
What happens during these pregnant silences that fucking Hank has? Does he actually give birth to something? Carte blanche. My God. I got a little bit. I was drinking Gatorade when I read your comment, and I got a little down the wrong pipe. Carte blanche says, "Well, it didn't last long, so I'm guessing Shuggy." That might be the line of the day.
Questionable witnesses.
Well, their theory is it was there was a third party.
All right, I'm tapping out. I can't deal with these dickheads commenting on shit they know nothing about. Hey, let's just guess at shit and hope one of us is right. You've all been wrong so far. Dumb motherfuckers. All right. We came in Ice Cream Man by Van Halen. Take you out with a little Van Halen. If you're new in the chat, I've seen a few new people around the last few broadcasts. I'll be heading off for vacation. Probably the final broadcast until I return will be Saturday. Hit that like and subscribe because, you know, like everyone else, everybody wants some. Oop.
I like the way the line runs up the back of the stockings. I've always liked those kind of high heels too, you know. No, don't take them off. Leave them on. Yeah, that's it. A little more to the right.